Buskaboon, Tessarossa, guys, we're back to Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the book review, not the book club. The book club is the second half of it, guys. I got this hat a couple of days ago. I don't know what I think about it. Let me know what you think in the comments. Guys, this cannot be done up today. I should point at this because I know a lot of you just, I should explain what it is. Because I know that a lot of you only listen. My scarf. I can't do my scarf up today, guys. It's the hottest May on record in the UK, and so I can't be doing that. And so it may have to come off completely, but I will have it open like this for the time being, if that is okay. Guys, we're back to doing the book review. Another single episode today. I got to admit these single episodes are an absolute godsend to me. They really are. It's a completely different dynamic when I'm making my notes, when I'm recording as well. I know it's not convenient, but they are very long chapters, and as I said last time, you're still getting the same amount of review, you know, because, you know, if we do 2 chapters, and they're both, this is like 58 minutes, this chapter, I would have to just be rushing and jumping over stuff and missing out details and everything. Whereas here, I got my long list covering just one chapter. It is a long list we need to get through today. Really good stuff, guys. Some movie scenes in there which are pretty accurate, actually, but we'll obviously we'll obviously be breaking down what is in and what isn't in. And yeah, no real notes today, guys, and so let's just do the usual blurb. I will be changing this hat in a second, guys, because like I say, it is very hot and I don't want to be sweating into a new hat. But guys, over on the Patreon, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1 and get access to the book club. As I said at the start, that is what we do in the second half of these videos, where I go through your thoughts and opinions and comments. It's my favourite part. Is that further over than usual? No. Oh. No, it's fine. Yeah, I'll come over it. It's my favourite part of doing these reviews, guys. It's so much fun hearing all your thoughts and opinions on the chapter and so on. You can back the Patreon for as little as $1 and get access to everything that's on there, guys. That's all movie reactions or TV show reactions, movie polls, which is currently being run, guys. Very exciting. It's actually super close right now towards what we're going to be doing first, but obviously we do the top few, so don't worry if the movie that you want is in second place, you will be getting that as well. And you can back it all for $1, guys. There is now the option of backing it for $2, and you don't get anything extra, guys. This is what I always say, that I want the Patreon to be accessible for as many people as possible, and a lot of people can't afford, like, say, $5 pledge and so on. So the $1 will always be there, but if you do want to stretch to $2, you are greatly helping me out and the channel, and Woozle as well. I went into a little blog recently. So yes, if that sounds like the sort of thing that you want to do, then you can in the comments. I just realised I forgot to do something. It's too hot. It's too hot, guys. I can't. Okay, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, okay. So it's breaking the fourth wall there, guys. I will be doing the book club tomorrow, but you're getting it today because it's part of this video. Because it's so hot in here, guys. I need to get out of here, and I need to be checking on Woozle as well. Make sure she's okay. It's cooler than it has been over the last couple of days. I will say that. I couldn't record over those days. It would have been awful. It would have ruined the video, and it would have been probably bad for my health as well, quite frankly. And so yes, I will be breaking into 2 parts, which means I will do what I was planning on doing in the second half of this video, if I remember, which, quite frankly, I will very likely forget. And you know what? It's fine. If I do forget, then hopefully I'll remember and I'll just say what it was I was going to do. But anyway, guys, let's get into it. The single chapter that we're covering today is chapter 26, Seen and Unforeseen. No, it doesn't. I don't think I've ever seen the word unforeseen written down before. Let's get on with the chapter. So thank you so much for the side panel, Jonas. That is not how I imagined the character, the professor, that we'll be getting later on. By the way, guys, how these are going to be being done is going to be changing in the future, and so look out for how they look at everything. But I'll go into that more at the time. So it's a hard chapter to really summarize, guys, because it's lots of little things surrounded by the fact that the Quibbler is actually a raging success. A lot of you guys were saying, how do you think it's going to go and everything. As soon as I start recording, a motorcycle starts messing around outside. It's gone. By the way, guys, I'm growing blooming chilies, and it's going well. I can't believe it, guys. The last time I tried to grow anything that's similar to chilies were peppers, and I just couldn't do it. I think it's because of where in the garden I was keeping them, but the chili plants seem to. Well, the basket of fire is doing really well. The Scotch bonnet is taking its time, but apparently that's quite normal. But hopefully it'll continue to do well. I'll probably post on social media if they actually do. I'll probably start to sprout. They start not press sprout. They have started flowering, which is the first process, because apparently the flowers turn into the chilies, which I had no idea. Back to the summary. But yeah, it's lots of little things. I follow up with the situation with Cho. I say little things, guys. The Quidditch game, which isn't a little thing, but again, it's too hot for me to get overly excited. And also, I'm not going to start screaming like last time, because that was a misjudged joke bit, so I apologise about that. But also, we have Harry's vision successfully getting into the room. We also have a nightmare where Harry. It's so well done. We'll get to it, guys. But where Harry is saying what Voldemort is saying and everything. It's one of the creepiest things in this book so far, guys. And there's been some creepy stuff, but this particular description is very, very good. We have occlumency lesson, which is interrupted by screaming. I gotta say, at that point, I had absolutely no idea where it was going, but it turned out that Trelawney is getting fired, possibly turfed out, but not because of Dumbledore. Okay, that's a really bad sentence. And we find out who the new divination. I always get confused with it is divination, isn't it? I always get confused with the lesson names for some reason. Oh, something. And yes, we get a new professor, guys, which is one which I was absolutely not seeing coming. That blew my mind. But there we go, guys. Let's get through. My notes. And so, Luna is saying that Harry's article may not be coming out immediately because there's another article of crumble-horned snorkax, which will likely bump Harry back a bit. Okay, I have absolutely no idea what my second note means, which is not great, guys, but it says talking to Dumbledore, I presume it is, hard enough, but Ron. Or do I not mean Ron? Someone else would... It must be. It must be that. I mean, obviously, we get Harry like changing his opinion on who he's going to be speaking to about these things in this chapter as well, which is actually really bad, guys. Yeah, but he is really holding all this in. But he's meant to be. It's a bit of a juxtaposition where he has the ability to give very important information to people, but he isn't, because he wants to give the impression that he's doing really well at blocking out the visions. So yeah, God bless him for that. Talking to D, which must be Dumbledore. Hard enough, but I don't know what I mean by that, so we're just going to move on, guys. Dean and Neville around the dinner table are very encouraging about the article. Seamus is silently listening in next to them. But he's sitting with them and everything else. I think Seamus is so blooming interesting. in this book, guys, and it's been a hot minute since we have stopped in with him. It really has, and so I appreciate him, guys. I think that, and I think that he's misconstrued. Maybe not by book readers, guys, but certainly by the movie. He's not a bad person. I think this entire time has been giving Harry the chance to explain that he is telling the truth. But Harry resents the fact of having to do that. And so they get both of the characters wrong in the book, guys. Sorry, in the movie, in my opinion. But I think that even some book readers will be thinking, oh, Seamus is being out of order. I genuinely don't think he is, guys. I think that he's been asked to go against his parents' beliefs in something. And it's finding it difficult to do, but I think he has been doing it the entire time, though. And so, yeah, anyway, we'll get to it, so this is not the big switch around for him, but I think he's been fascinating. Neville says that it asks Harry how difficult it was to talk about what he went through and everything. Like I said, how it must have been just so brutal to do it. Again, so well done, guys. And it doesn't... I appreciate the fact that the book doesn't say how he thinks about the fact that Neville's probably talking about himself there, about not being able to talk about his past. The fact that it just left it as, oh, it must be really difficult to talk about really painful things in your family history. Family? Kind of. No. But in your history. In your past. And it almost sounds like he's trying to get advice for it out so well. And I'm so glad that it didn't state that is what Neville is doing. I thought that was a very sad moment, but very well written though. And yeah, like Neville says, people should know. I think he says, yeah, people need to know about Voldemort and also the Death Eaters. People should know, and then just stops the sentence and just goes back to his baked potato. Not jacket potato. It does say baked potato, guys. I think that over the years on the channel, I've talked about jacket potatoes, and people don't know what it means. It's baked potato, but we tend to call them jacket potatoes over here. You know, it's not like they wouldn't be called baked potatoes as well, but jacket potatoes, I think, is probably the more dominant term. There was an advert in the probably early 90s of potatoes going into a club because they're going to be made into a type of crisp that has the skin still on, but there's a potato who's been peeled and he's trying to get in, and so he puts on a jacket and like the bouncer goes, nice try, mate. Oh god, but what am I about? It's true though. We're gonna be jackets we want to be. Let's see if that's on YouTube. This is ridiculous. Already sidetracked, but I want to know if that advert is on YouTube. Jackets, crisps, adverts. I don't know called jackets. Makes sense. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Smith's Crisps. I didn't know that. And there's another one. Oh, I was going to say there's a terrifying thumbnail underneath it, but the option underneath it. But I know that advert as well. It's where a guy's. It's about skips, which like dissolve in your mouth rather than crunch, and he's like really angry, like saying, "Oh, crisps should crunch," and he's like smashing his house up. Anyway, odd adverts into the UK, guys. Anyway, back to Harry Potter and the Order of Phoenix. Seamus is literally listening in this entire time. And I really like that because, again, you could interpret that as him being seething about what's going on and everything, but he's not. He's just taking in the information. I think he's great. I think that he's an easy to misconstrue character, but I think that I'm on the money because I'm great. But yeah, I think he's, anyway, moving on. Cho enters the dining hall with Marietta. Ghosts Harry completely, doesn't even look over at the Gryffindor table. Hermione, noticing her come in, asks about how the date went, and I said, oh, I've got to ask and everything. And Harry says it was a complete fiasco. Now, I give the book props. I give all these books props for their great writing throughout, guys. Yeah, especially with the Neville bit just now. I love that. And with Seamus as well. I think it's so good. No kid in the 90s is saying something is a complete fiasco. I don't care how posh you are, and Harry ain't meant to be that posh. I think that... I don't know how to word this, guys, but I know we discussed it before, but the working class world of Harry Potter is very middle class, you know, and so, lower class, I should say, a middle class, and so, sure, Harry is posher than the average kid, guys, and that probably sounds odd because of his situation and a home life and everything, but, like, the whole thing is very middle class, I would say, when it comes to writing and so on. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But even a posh kid is not going to be saying something is a complete fiasco. He's like 14 years old, or 15. I think it might be 15 by now, isn't it? Yeah, that stuck out as me as no kid would be saying that. But anyway. And Hermione's like, oh, and he explains what happened, and Hermione's like, oh, Harry. Not like Gilderoy. Harry. And this is the interesting bit, guys, because I must admit, I didn't say it last time, but I did note in my noggin that a few of you in the book club were calling Harry tactless in the during the date, if that's what you can call it. If you can call it that, I should say. Now, I must admit, I don't fully understand what the word means. But even during the book review, I was thinking, is that really the right term to describe what how Harry behaved? But several of you used the word tactless, and I think this is why. Because Hermione then calls him tactless in the scene. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, guys, because like I say, I don't really understand what the word means. It's not the word that I would go to first for describing how Harry acted in that. But yeah, I feel that's why some of you were using it. It's because I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that you're using it because subconsciously it's in the book later on calling Harry tactless in that scene. You're most definitely right. Hermione's most definitely right. I just don't fully understand what the word means. And so at the time it stuck out as, is that the right word? And it clearly is because Hermione is now called him that as well. It's very hot, guys, but like I say, it's not as hot as it has been over the last couple of days. It's not sunny today either, so which is probably a good thing. So yeah, at this point, Harry's not mentioning the whole thing with the fact that he mentioned Hermione, because I think that no, definitely, Harry still doesn't know what he did wrong. If you describe it as wrong, I would say it was wrong, but you know, I think that it's easy to defend Harry there. We discussed it last time, guys, and it seems like I think most of you. I don't want to use the word defend because that suggests that it's not appropriate. But okay, I think that most of you landed on Harry's side when it comes to how the date went. I'm still Team Cho with it, guys. I think that the little things that Harry said wrong provoked not a great reaction out of Cho, because she was clearly saying stuff to try and get a reaction out of Harry then, which we will discuss. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still Team Cho when it comes to how the disaster went. Anyway, maybe there'll be another one though, guys. We'll get more of that in a bit. As Hermione's tone is that of someone explaining 1 + 1 is 2 to an overly emotional toddler. This is brilliant. And yes, and Harry does bring up the fact that he said about coming to see you with her and everything like that. Hermione says to Harry that he should have said that he didn't want to go and see her, that he'd rather spend the day with Cho. It's so interesting that we're hearing this from Hermione, because we're essentially getting what she's been thinking regarding Ron with the Yule Ball and all that sort of thing. Obviously she can't explain that to Ron, so it's probably quite nice for her to explain to someone you know, how you should, in inverted, act, because obviously it's not correct, guys. How you should act around girls, basically, in this situation. She says, it may have helped if you had said how ugly you think I am too. Now, I don't think that would have helped. I don't think that would have helped, guys. Let's think about it at the Yule Ball, where it turns out that Ron admits that he would have liked to have taken Hermione there, and but him like saying, yeah, and I think Padma's really ugly. Imagine him saying that to Hermione. I don't think that she would have liked that, and it's Hermione here suggesting it. Now, I don't really understand why she's saying this, because no, this sounds like a sort of a fantasy that you wouldn't want to be reality. So you'd want, yeah, because if in a real life situation someone said something like that to Hermione, basically saying, yeah, I'd rather spend time with you because the person that that I have to go and see or something is really ugly, Hermione wouldn't like that. But I think that there is a childishness in anyone's mind where there is this fantasy of being told that you're great and everyone else is rubbish, you know, which obviously you wouldn't want in real life. Or some people might do, I don't know, but I certainly wouldn't. I don't believe that Hermione would either. Now, maybe I'm completely misconstruing what she's saying here, but I don't think for a second that she would appreciate someone saying that to her about another girl. Now, this is obviously, I'm not saying calling Hermione ugly, Hermione wouldn't like that. That's the opposite of what I'm saying, guys. I don't think that, again, back to the Padma. It was Padma, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Going back to the Padma situation, if Ron had admitted, hey, I actually am jealous of Crumb because I wanted to take you here. And by the way, I think Padma's really ugly. I don't think he should like that. And so it seems odd that she's saying it here. Unless this is some wild thing where she wants to try trip Harry up. I don't think that's the case either. I want your thoughts on this line, guys, and you know, there may not be any in the book club, so put it in the video comments. I'm not exactly sure. I think that Hermione's going over the top to the point where she's saying stuff which that wouldn't work, because I don't think that Cho would like the fact that Harry's calling other girls ugly. I don't, unless I'm completely wrong, guys. Maybe teenage girls are like that. Maybe they do like to be told that other girls are ugly. But certainly what we've learned about Cho and Hermione, I don't think that's the case. Maybe Pansy would like it, because a lot of her statements are about people's appearance. Then again, so are Harry's thought processes, but he doesn't tend to say them out loud much. But yeah, anyway, moving on, because I think that I've overanalyzed that enough. But yeah, that line was like, oh, really, Hermione? Do you think that would actually work for Cho? She says that you're worse than Ron. It says, oh, well, you're not. And that's great, because that is the connection of she's clearly having these thought processes about Ron as well. And I guess what it is that she's been thinking about Ron for longer, and Ron has been doing this for longer, whereas Harry, this is all brand new to him. So yeah, it's probably the longevity that makes it worse. And also Ron is Ron. And Harry like says, I don't think you are ugly, and then Hermione laughs. Oh, and that's when she says you're worse worse than Ron. So yeah, Hermione explains that Cho was trying to make Harry feel jealous by bringing up Cedric and Davis. I don't think it is jealousy. I think she's trying to hurt Harry. I don't think it's about jealousy because she's essentially this is over analyzing way too much, guys. Welcome to the series. But in Cho's reality, actual reality aside, Harry has just been extremely dismissive to her and essentially said, I'd rather be with someone else right now. That's Cho's reality. It's not the actual reality. And so her response is like saying, well, actually, oh, no, I don't think it is jealousy. I think that at this point, the date is essentially over in Cho's mind, and she's just trying to upset Harry. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because, you know, if someone had said something like that to anyone, I feel like they would act in the same way. Obviously, Harry didn't say it, or he did say it, but he didn't mean it in that way. My goodness, it is a fiasco. It really is a fiasco. But yeah, it's a sense of her defending herself rather than trying to make Harry jealous. That's how I interpreted it. But obviously, Hermione knows differently. Harry says, wouldn't it be easier if she just asked me if I liked her better than you? And Hermione says, well, girls don't often ask questions like that. And Harry says, well, they should. Then I could have just told her I fancied her, and then she wouldn't have got all worked up about Cedric dying, which is. But Harry's the one that made the mistake, though. This is. I'm so glad we're actually breaking it down like this, actually, because Harry was the one who said the thing about, oh yeah, I'm going to go see Hermione after this. You can come along if you want. Without reading the room. Which obviously that room is full of teenagers kissing. So that's the mistake that's already happened. And so yeah, I'm still siding with Cho when it comes to, obviously it's bad either way, guys, but yeah. And also the fact that bringing up Cedric dying and everything, it was like, I'm trying to think when she first did that. I think it was after Harry said about going to see Hermione. I think so, guys. I could be wrong anyway. Also, I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Harry said that he fancies Cho. That's specific to her. Ron and Ginny arrive. They're not immediately spoken to or speak. It's actually quite nice when they just like wander in silence and just start eating around them as Hermione and Harry carry on having this conversation. But with Hermione, like, you know, basically giving all this suggestion, love advice, I guess you'd say. Ron says you should write a book translating mad things girls do so boys can understand them. Which is a heck of a title. It's not a very Wizarding World title, but it by Hermione Granger. But yeah, so Ron and Ginny have now arrived. They're asked how practice went, and Ron says it was an absolute nightmare. And I really like how Hermione says, oh, come on, Ron, it can't have been. And then she gets interrupted by Ginny says, yes, it was. It's great. Very funny moment for Ginny, actually. Which you got to say, apparently she is a very funny character, and I thought that was like a very good bit. Because it's so natural for Hermione to be able to like say, oh, come on, Harry, or come on, Ron, this and that, and things can get better, and you got the exam to do and everything, but then Ginny like comes out, no, it's not, it is a nightmare, Hermione, you're wrong this time. Angelina apparently was almost in tears during practice. I wonder why she is not letting Ron quit. If there is actually a reason for it. I don't know. I can't read that. But yeah, she was almost in tears during practice, which was very sad. Fred and George were watching practice. Ginny said George says that Ginny is not bad. And they like say it was just odd because we never let her play with them. I don't know if I wondered the reason behind that. It could be sexism, guys. But I think it could be that they don't want her to get hurt because they care about her so much, and also the age difference could be. I mean, it's not that significant because the age difference, during the games doesn't come into it, does it? But yeah, so it's interesting that they wouldn't let Ginny play the game with them. But I'd like to know why though, because obviously the World Cup teams are mixed, aren't they? Definitely, yes, of course they are. Yes, so yeah, that shouldn't really be a thing in the Wizarding world here, but it could be that they're protecting her, or maybe it is sexism. I don't know, guys. I don't know. But Ginny had and Hermione explains, which with Ginny there, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I think this is later on. Actually, I think this is later on. Hermione explains that Ginny would practice behind their backs, and so it's so interesting that Hermione knows this. Again, the Hermione book would be so good, guys. It'd be the Hermione series, I should say, would be so good. The fact that Ginny and her have had this conversation. Apparently, Ron is actually pretty good when he thinks that no one is watching. So Fred suggests that they should get the crowd, ask the crowd to all turn around during the game, which would be amazing. I get a little bit confused here, guys, because I think it is one of Fred and George who say Quidditch was... Oh, yeah, it was. Quidditch was about the only thing in this place worth staying for. Now, at first I thought that Harry was saying that, but no, it was one of Fred and George, because Fred and George don't actually need to be there. They are getting their what's the term? Further education. So yeah, I got a little bit confused at that point. Zachariah Smith is on the team. We did know that already, didn't we? And George says because of that, if Hufflepuff beat them, that he may have to. I'm not going to say the term, guys, but yeah, it actually surprised me that term of it. But it's a non-YouTube friendly thing to say, so I'm not going to say it even subtly. But yeah, off himself, which actually, yeah, that did take me out of the movie. It was like, oh wow, okay, that's a little bit spicy, but but maybe back when it was written, that was less of an issue. I don't think it is that much of an issue now. I think that you should be able to talk about it on YouTube, and it not affect the algorithm or monetization or everything, guys, because it's a blooming important thing to talk about. But then a lot of people discuss it in ways that shouldn't be discussed. So maybe okay, fine, yeah, fine. Yeah, no, that does make sense. Yeah, because the people who will discuss it in a grown-up and important way can still do that. They just can't monetize or have the video be successful. It's a weird juxtaposition, guys, but that's better than having the scum of YouTube making money off that sort of thing, though. Oh, and then I said, well, maybe you could kill him instead. See, I can say that. No, that's fine, but yeah, stupid. Anyway, sorry, guys. Sorry about the little tangent there. And during this conversation, Hermione says, that's the problem with Quidditch. It causes all this bad feeling and tension between the houses. I've got to hear it. Yes, someone has finally said it, because I completely agree with her. I really, really do. I feel like the point system in general also does, but it's nowhere near as much. It's not a... people aren't getting bloodthirsty for points, you know? And so, yeah, I think she's absolutely right. Harry says, Hermione, you're good on feelings and stuff, but you just don't understand Quidditch. And Hermione says, good, because at least my happiness doesn't depend on Ron's goal-keeping abilities, which is a great summarization, guys. And I'm not completely in agreement with her, but it is a great eye opener, even to Harry, because Harry basically Ron admits that she is right because of how badly the game goes. But yeah, back before the Rams won the Super Bowl a few years ago, I was going to say spoiler alerts there, that's so stupid. But yeah, the Rams won the Super Bowl a few years ago, which is the first time since I started supporting them. I started supporting them in 2010 or 11. It was the year that they went 1-16, in which means they won one game and lost 16 games. Which is a good time to jump on board with a team, isn't it? Because they have since won Super Bowl, an achievement that many teams in the NFL have never done. But before that, I would get so blooming stressed, and it might be down to my autism, guys. But I'd watch everything about NFL, the news and everything, looking for updates and everything, watching the draft and everything, which a lot of people don't bother doing, guys. But I'd watch throughout the entire draft. I think that people tend to watch the first round, but no. And I'm talking about I'd watch in the middle of the night, and so I was obsessing about it, guys. And I wasn't getting that much enjoyment out of it. I really wasn't. Not just because the rounds were absolutely terrible back then, guys. There would be games where they wouldn't get first downs, which first down is something which you should be able to achieve, guys. But yeah, they were not good. I'll explain what it means. So each set of downs, you need to get 10 yards, and if you get that 10 yards, then if you advance by 10 yards, then you get another set of downs. Very often the Rams couldn't make that 10 yards in 4 plays. Technically 3, because the last play you usually kick depending on your position of the field. American football is very complicated, guys. My brother was playing an old NES game that he has on his mini NES thing, which has all the games on it. And he was really enjoying it because it's really, really basic American football. But he doesn't know the rules of American football. And so I was explaining or how it all works. I mean, I had to explain how downs work because that was the one key thing that you needed for this game. But yeah, like I said, this is crazy how much rules there are, and it is mad how much rules there are for NFL. But once you get into it, guys, it is a great sport. But like I say, I wouldn't get that much enjoyment out of it until they won the Super Bowl. And I remember saying this at the time to someone, but I said, now that the Rams have won the Super Bowl, I can watch it less. I can be less obsessed and everything like that. And they thought it was quite an odd way of going about it, but it really was. It was like a monkey off your back, which a famous quarterback once said. The one who is in Ace Ventura. I think. No, that's the Dolphins player, wasn't it? Dan Marino. Did he play for the 49ers as well? Dan Marino. No, that's not him. Which QB talked about getting a monkey off their back, which is like a very strange term. Maybe, yeah, it means getting rid of a curse, essentially, doesn't it? Steve Young, apparently. I didn't think it was Steve Young. Yeah, mid-90s. Well, there you go. And so, yeah, it felt like that now. And so now when I watch NFL, I don't stay up. The really big games, the playoffs, which we have got to a lot over the last few years, which is such a strange feeling, guys, because back when I was watching it, we would never get to the playoffs. But the Rams are really good now, incredibly. We were very good last season, in fact. Blooming Seahawks outdid us, though. Bless them. But yeah, most games, which would, because it's LA, they tend to have the later slot. I won't watch because they're in the middle of the night and everything. Whereas back in there, I'd watch every single game regardless, live, all the way through. So yeah, I'm less devastated when we lose, you know. Whereas back before, it felt like a huge part of me had failed. It felt like I had failed, and so I really like Hermione's approach to sports in general here. I think that she's missing a point to an extent, but I think her logic is actually spot on, quite frankly. Yeah, she does support Gryffindor. She wants them to win and everything, right? I'm not sure. Does she? I think she does. I think she does. But she's not obsessive with it, which is essentially what she's calling everyone who gets so angry and tribalistic about it. So Harry then, the game had then happened. We don't get a play-by-play like normal, which I'm fine with. Even in this game, guys, I'm kind of okay with not having play-by-plays. You'll notice in the book reviews when we do have play-by-plays chapters, I essentially skip it, the vast majority of it, because there's nothing to say. Okay, Harry then turned left. You know, there's like, it's not really a part of this review, is it? But yeah, Harry apparently would rather, I can say this, can't I? Yes, jump off the astronomy tower, again, dark Roman terms, then admit to Hermione that she was actually right because of how he felt after the next Quidditch game. Apparently the match was short, 22 minutes, which I'm surprised that is short for a game. Yeah, I'm surprised that is short for a game. And it's so weird that a game could be that short, guys, because I can't think of any other sports where the game can be immediately over from the very start. Even as, I guess you could say it's like with tennis. If you know, one rally could last three, if you could have an ace, so the game is literally over in half a second, or you could have a rally which can last minutes, right? That's a very good question. How long is the longest rally in professional tennis? And I say professional because obviously I don't want just people knocking the ball back and forth on purpose. The longest rally in a professional tennis history lasted 29 minutes and 143 seconds. Between Vicky Nelson and Jean Hepner. Is there footage of this? If they're actually trying to beat each other. No, if they're not trying to beat each other, then it would last hours, obviously. Wait, Rick? What was it, Nikki? That's weird. It auto spelled it to Ricky. Longest rally in professional history. Well, why is the video only 32 seconds then? I'm gonna watch the whole thing later on. I'm gonna watch the whole thing later on, guys. I'm looking forward to that. Look, that 29 minutes. I thought it'd be like 3. I didn't give me 29. Unless no, Veggie. The back of my head is thinking, well, maybe they were doing it on purpose. then why wouldn't it go on for longer then? It was in the tiebreaker as well, apparently. I need to track this full play down. But anyway, the reason why... I'll make a note of that because I really want to look that up later on. The reason why I mentioned that is because, you know, a single rally can be a minute. It could be 20... It could be a second. It could be 29 minutes, apparently. But... Oh, God, don't do that. But... That's why in tennis you have rounds, so it sort of bulks it up. And that's the same with snooker and darts and everything. They just repeat until, I guess, you know, long enough has gone on. So Quidditch really is a bad spectator sport, guys. Imagine buying a ticket for a game that lasted 22 minutes. If 22 minutes is legitimately very short, then I feel like that's I don't know, it depends how much it costs. Obviously, it depends how much it costs. But yeah. I mean, we talked about how, you know, the quality of Quidditch as a sport, guys, but the fact that it can be 22 minutes is not great for a spectator. Oh, boxing! There we go. There we go. Well done, Veggie. That can be over in a second, or it can last 14 rounds. Well, there you go then. I thought of one. I'm actually quite proud of myself. And idiots go and see that. I say idiots, guys. I don't mean idiots. What I mean is boxing ain't boxing no more. It's celebrity fighting celebrity. And so, yeah. And I feel like people go to see boxing because they think it says something about themselves. I don't know. That's actually probably rubbish. I remember, like, Logan was a part of the book club. I don't know if it's still around. But obviously, he was a boxer, I remember. Yeah, I'm probably being very, very judgmental. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'll take back what I just said. That's obviously, there are going to be some people that are like that. But other people who aren't. But I feel like a couple of decades ago, the clientele that would be going to boxing matches was quite different. Let me know what you think. Maybe I'm completely wrong, guys. It's not a sport I particularly follow. I've watched a few matches. I was more into MMA at one point, not anymore. But yeah. Yeah, I take back what I said. That's very stereotypical, and I shouldn't be saying stuff like that. Anyway, my goodness. But yeah, I'm glad I thought of another sport that could be ended immediately there, guys. I was rattling my brain when I was making these notes trying to think of one, and I finally come up with one whilst we're recording. So, it's a toss-up between Ron's 14th failed save. Sloper accidentally hitting Angelina in the mouth, but that made her get to tears. Cook falling off his broom because Zachariah zoomed past him. I'm glad that Zachariah actually gets like a moment there. And this is okay. I've actually had comments saying, Veggie, it's a fantasy sport. You don't need to take it too seriously. You don't need to overanalyze it so much. I am going to bring this up, guys, because this doesn't make sense to me. Why did Ginny end the game? Why did Ginny in the game? I get why Crumb did during the World Cup, because the game was essentially over. But this game had 10 points in it. So in the next minute, they could have been in a situation where they could have won the game. The Seeker surely has to be paying attention to the score. So I don't understand why she ended it. I wonder if this is going to even be brought up in the book club, guys. But I seriously don't understand. Was she working for Hufflepuff? Surely the Seeker's mentality, it can't be just grab it as soon as possible. and to heck with everything else. It can't be that. There has to be a part of, if I grab it now, I am ending the game for my team. Because I don't care how bad Ron is playing and everything, guys. They're within 10 points, which how. I need to be reminded by the scoring. I could look it up in the book, but you get 10 points in Quidditch every time your team's chasers successfully throw a quaffle through the opposing team's 3 hoops. So it could have been a draw if Ginny waited 3 seconds. Surely you had. Moving on. I feel like this is another example of why Quidditch as a sport doesn't make sense, guys. Because why would the Seeker choose to lose the game? Just don't grab it. Block the other guy from getting it. Surely that is obviously a tactic by Seekers, is to stop the Seeker from getting the quaffle. Why grab the quaffle? Stitch. Oh god, I'm getting confused now. Sorry guys. It's another logic breaking moment for Quidditch in my opinion, guys. Let me know what you think. Also, I'm going to say it one more time, guys. Sorry about what I said about people going to see boxing. That's obviously not true, guys. I feel like my dad definitely watched a lot of boxing. I think one of my brothers still does, in fact. So yeah, that was very stereotypical of me, guys, and I try to not be like that. It's not easy, is it? I mean, we're all like it, but I do actively try to not be like that. Right. Jenny ended the game for her team for some reason. Moving on, though, because I can just say it doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense, and we wouldn't be wasting everyone's time. Jenny, and that's one thing that I never do, guys, is waste your time. Ginny says that she was lucky to be able to grab the Stitch, because Harry's like saying, "Hey, you're good up there," and apparently the Hufflepuff Seeker was sick. It's amazing. I should say right now, guys, Hufflepuff with another W. I never thought that would happen, guys. I really didn't. The only team to beat, no, Slytherin beat Gryffindor last time. As soon as Harry's off the team, guys. Again, I mean, I'm not going into my negative Harry stuff again, guys. I'm not. But I found Quidditch frustrating because of that detail. And yeah, now that he's off the team, they lose every game. I'm sure that won't continue. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think that Ron's going to get his feet at some point. Find his feet, I should say. It shouldn't take very long, should it? Right. Not going to explain that one. So, she says she says that you know, hopefully when you're back on the team, and Harry's like saying, I've got a lifetime ban, and Ginny says, well, yeah, that's because Umbridge is here, but if she's not, then that's not going to stand, is it? And she says how she actually wants to move to Chaser anyway. When Angelina and the other one leave Hogwarts. Angelina's still not letting Ron lead the team. Again, I don't see the reason for it, but I think that might be something that we learn later, maybe. I respect it to an extent, but even Harry is like thinking it might just be kinder to let him leave. But she's sticking by her guns, considering how much she cares about this team. The fact that she's not letting Ron go. It's very interesting. Slytherin are now favourites to win the cup. Let's face it, it wasn't going to be Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, was it? Fred says that he doesn't have the heart to make fun of Ron. I mean, he says that we'll save it for a party or something like that. Ron heads up to the dorms to go to sleep, and Harry like gives him some time, so if he wants, he can pretend to be asleep when Harry comes in. And when Harry does go in, apparently Ron's snore is a little too loud to be plausible, which I'm not sure is actually true. I mean, he actually is asleep. I actually think he is, because obviously we hear about a loud snore later on as well. So unless Ron is faking it throughout the night, not like that, then yeah. So yeah, anyway. Then again, Harry sleeps next to him every night, doesn't he? Orange juice. On really hot days, I often don't eat or drink much, guys, which is not great, is that? Particularly drinking. It's a long old chapter, guys. There's lots of stuff in it, but it's very good. Harry thinks to himself how impressed he was with Ginny, although she did miss an opportunity that he thinks that he would be been able to take advantage of earlier on in the game, and actually ended the game sooner, and potentially actually given Gryffindor a W. Which I think is very interesting that Harry is like analysing. I guess it could be a jealousy thing. So I'm saying, well, I would have done better. He said to himself, obviously, which is a lot better than saying it to anyone else. It could be a jealousy thing about the fact that he's not able to be on the team, or it could be legit the fact that he saw something that she didn't. Because obviously he's been a seeker for a longer time, and has actually been playing with people as well. During the game, apparently Umbridge had been turning around to look at Harry, and Harry believes that she was smiling for those moments, which, quite frankly, I believe. But it is the opinion that Harry believes is the case rather than it is absolute fact. Yeah, Harry's thinking about that as he's going to sleep, but then he thinks, "Oh no, I meant to be clearing my mind." But him attempting to clear his mind just made him think more about Umbridge and Snape, not like that. And it just made him think about how much he hated the pair of them. So dream time now, guys. I love these dreams. They're so blooming well written. But he dreams of Neville and Sprout dancing around the room of requirement as McGonagall played the bagpipes. Which I'm pretty sure we've never seen her with bagpipes before. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, actually. He then leaves the room, and there's a torch on the wall, and he's back in the passage again. Again, I love the transition there. It's really, really nicely done, with the black door. He feels like he's going to be able to get through it this time, as the door is open. But just as he's about to push the door open, Ron's snore wakes him up. And Harry has his arm stretched out in front of them, and then lets it drop. In the dream, it made him do that. So presumably he's moving all over the place during these. Well, no, this isn't a vision, is it? This is actually a dream. I remember as a kid, I woke up once and my hand was like that, and as soon as I woke up, my hand just went bang straight. Oh no, was that? Did that actually happen? Or I think it happened to me, but I think I've heard about someone doing that and then breaking their nose because of it. Because you wake up and you don't even realise your hand is there, and then when you realise it's there, you don't think, oh, I better hold it there. Then it just naturally just drops. But yeah, I've definitely heard a comedian talk about someone actually breaking their nose from doing that. Oh yeah, that is that part over with. Let's have a quick look, guys. How much more we got? I feel like we're probably over halfway. We're at the hour point. I think we're probably over halfway from my notes. So much going on. The idea of doing this alongside another long chapter, guys, actually fills me with dread even thinking about it. So thank you so much for I know it's not ideal, but of being okay-ish with me doing it in this way. Pardon me. So yeah, I got down here, was Ron snoring legit? Or maybe he's still acting, you never know. The post arrives the next day around breakfast. Everyone is now eager to read what's going on regarding the Death Eaters and everything, which is so interesting because at first there wasn't that much of a fuss about it, but I think that's probably because our antagonists are more, our protagonists, I should say, sorry, are more involved in the Death Eater situation. But now everyone is intrigued by it. Harry's having orange juice. Got to always make note of what Harry's having for breakfast. Which sometimes I just have orange juice for breakfast, but although I think I said last time I have been trying to have a much better breakfast lately. There's a letter for him. It's so interesting because it says Harry Potter, the Great Hall, Hogwarts, as part of the address. Now, I have always, maybe I'm alone here, guys. I've always assumed that it literally would just say Harry Potter and magic do its thing. Because if Harry isn't in the Great Hall, what does the owl just wait for him until he enters the Great Hall again? What if he never enters the Great Hall again? And so yeah, the fact that it actually specifically says the location actually really surprises me. I always just assumed it was just the name, which I think we discussed. Why doesn't the Ministry just write a letter to Sirius Black? And you know, so yeah, obviously I've got that completely wrong because I've always assumed that it's just the name that's on the envelope. 5 more owls arrive for Harry, and they start messing around. Not messing around. They're trying to get to be the first one to give him a letter. And Hermione says, I think I know what this is, and says, open this one first. And it's a copy of the Quibbler with Harry Potter on the front cover. Luna comes over and says, it's good, isn't it? And she said that she asked her father to give Harry a free copy, which, to be fair, is fair. But also, I thought it was a free paper. Which I think we may have discussed last time, guys, but obviously in the UK, there are free papers. The Metro is probably the most famous one, which is a London-based paper, I think, which is just... You tend to find it on public transport, and you basically read it and then leave it down, someone else can read it. You know? So I that's kind of what I assumed the Quibbler is like. There's also local ones as well. I almost told you what my very local one is, which would have been doxing myself. That would have been very bad. I would have had to edit that out. But yes... We do get ones in towns and villages and in cities as well. But yeah, I assumed it was free. The other letters that are for Harry are letters from the readers. Ron, they all start opening the mail for him, which is quite good because there's so many arriving. And Ron says, this one is from some bloke who thinks you're off your rocker. Which is an excellent term. I'm not sure if a kid would say off your rocker in the 90s either. That seems like an old person term anyway, let alone... It sounds like you're saying it because you can't swear, you know? That's or use a stronger term, I should say. Maybe you would. That's certainly more than fiasco. That just seems so alien. Another said that he should go to St. Mungo's and get shock spell treatment. Which obviously reference to real lobotomies. Is that actually right? No, lobotomy isn't electric shock treatment, is it? God, guys. Blimmin'. One Flew the Cuckoo's Nest, guys. Powerful movie. Very, very good movie, but very, very powerful. One of the most hateable antagonists in any movie, guys. And I wouldn't call them a villain. I absolutely wouldn't, because they actually have a lot of... You know, they make a fair point. But, my goodness, you'll hate them throughout the movie. I mean, you should really hate the main character as well, quite frankly. He's a horrific person. That's interesting. Yeah, he's worse than... I can tell you what her name is. The main... Jack Nicholson's character certainly is worse morality-wise than Nurse Ratched. Definitely. Oh, I don't know. Let me know what I mean, he is a criminal, guys, who's done I'm pretty sure, extremely bad things. Yeah. Oh, good. It's a great movie, though, guys. Check out the trigger warnings, as always. It has, was his name Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings in it? He's excellent in it. The cast in it is insane, guys. You watch it and think, wait, what the heck is that person doing there? The cast is actually incredibly good. Some very young, early performances in it. Anyway, moving past One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but it is a dark movie in place, guys. I think it's actually considered a comedy. Oh, that's right! Because I was seeing YouTubers post reactions to it, and like it's like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest post it, and they're like going in the thumbnail, and a burst out loud every. It's not Naked Gun, guys. It's not like a laugh per minute, you know. It's got some lighter bits in it, but my goodness, I wouldn't call it a comedy. So yeah, I remember seeing a thumbnail, some people like bursting out laughing, and the poster for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest there. Also another one, guys. And I know that some of you have actually said that you really like this guy, but oh no, I can't remember his name. Is his name like Mr. Video or something? I've watched many of his reactions, and they're always great. But his reaction to Schindler's List, which I have seen, guys. I do get recommended Schindler's List a lot. I watched it at school. I went with my school to some of the locations where it was filmed throughout Europe and everything. So yeah, I know the movie well. But his thumbnail for Schindler's List had the word tears of joy. Really? And I know what he means. And this is the critic. He's a much better YouTuber than me, guys. Certainly much more successful as well. I think his name's Mr. Video, guys. I'm terrible. Lemon names. I am going to look up his name. Sorry, guys. But yeah, I wouldn't put Tears of Joy in the thumbnail for Schindler's List. God, Bennett. There is obviously an actual reason why you would put that, guys, but it could give the wrong impression, is what I'm saying, you know? Mr. Video! There we go! Yeah, his reactions are great. He does a lot of music reaction. I don't know if he still does, but he did a lot of music. That's how I actually discovered him, in fact, doing music reactions. I remember his reaction to One Step Beyond being particularly good. The Madness song. But yeah, Tears of Joy, Schindler's List. Which is obviously a horrific movie, is what I'm saying, guys. But there is a bit where, I cry every single time during that bit, and it is a kind. It's actually Tears of Joy. Okay, sorry, guys, I'm getting way too sidetracked. I just want to make. I don't want to make sure that I'm just liable to another YouTuber. Mr. Video Schindler's List. It's not come up. How odd. I guess maybe he's taken the video down, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Okay, let's go with it was someone else. Just in case. Moving on. So, where are we? Okay, sorry guys. That was another bit of a tangent. Oh yes, because we're talking about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest because of the shock treatment. My tangents have been odd today, guys. I apologise, but they have kind of been on topic. Everyone, so yeah, like Fred and George come over, and or at least Fred also comes over and starts opening the letters as they are coming in as well. One says that he believes Harry, but doesn't want to believe that Voldemort is back, so he doesn't know what to think anymore, which is a very Wizarding World way of putting it. I guess that's similar to, there's a movie called Don't Look Up, which I haven't seen, guys, but from what I gather, that is a similar topic to it. Several think that he is telling the truth. One included a photo, which I think, I don't know, it doesn't say what the photo is of, but Ron gives a particular reaction to it. So I don't know if it's inappropriate. I think, hope not in a blooming school. Umbridge approaches, asks why he's receiving so many letters, and Fred says, "Is that a crime now, getting mail?" Which is good for him, but she then obviously threatens him with detention. And I feel like even in this, actually I don't know, in this situation, I think I would say I don't have to tell you that. I genuinely think that I would muster the courage to say that in this situation. But at the same time, I think that Harry gets a little bit of a lot of enjoyment of actually telling her what's happened. And it works to his advantage hugely, and so he was absolutely right to do it. But yeah, Harry tells her. As he does, he looks over to Dumbledore at the teacher's table, and he gets the impression that Dumbledore had just been looking at him. But when he looks to Dumbledore, he's having a conversation with Flitwick, I think. So yeah, Harry tells him, and Umbridge says, "What do you mean?" And Harry says, "I mean, a reporter asked me questions and I answered them." Which is such a sarky reply. I love that. And he tosses the Quibbler over to her. So this is definitely a power play by Harry. This really is. I said that I would have said it's none of your business, but Harry is playing this so well. He really is. And again, we shall see. It really works out in his advantage. She asks when it was done. She's almost trembling at this point. And I think she is actually trembling with rage at this point. I get the impression from that line is that she thought that she knew... She thought that she wasn't giving Harry any opportunity to do something like this, but he was still able to do it. Which is interesting. I don't know if that's telling on the way that she's spying on him. Because obviously we had the hand coming out the fire with Sirius Black. Who apparently I am still getting the names muddled up, guys. I'm sorry. That's why I tend to call them Snape and Black, because I get them muddled up too much. But yeah, I get the impression that Umbridge thought that she was holding all the cards already, but Harry still managed to slip through her fingers. Harry being a card in that situation, apparently. So Harry says it was during Hogsmeade, and she says, "No more Hogsmeade for you. 50 points from Gryffindor and a week's detention." I should clarify, guys, this is because she is accusing Harry of lying. So there is an actual reason that it's not just out of being pitiless. There is actually a reason that she is able to cling on to and give a draconian punishment for. Which, has been the story of this book, guys. It's the same with the fight on the Quidditch field. Sure, Umbridge is being draconian in her punishment, but Harry allowed her to do that. So Harry, in her mind, is doing something wrong. Because obviously Harry isn't doing anything wrong. Hermione's doing a lot wrong. But in Umbridge's mind, either legitimately or pessimistically, cynically, I should say, Harry is actually doing something wrong, which is the lying aspect of it. There's a new rule banning the Quibbler from being read, with detention being the punishment, which is obviously huge. I got down here, that is going to be a bad look for her in the Ministry. It really is. If that gets out that certain media is not being allowed to be seen, it's bad. It's bad thing, guys. It really is. And it would make the Ministry look bad, in my opinion, as well. I know the Quibbler is known as a bit of a joke, but even then, that is bad to ban that sort of thing and allow other things to be read. Hermione takes pleasure whenever she sees that new rule, the slate, or whatever it is, the decree, as she believes that everyone will now go out to read the article because they're teenagers, and they've just been told do not read this thing, which is really significant, and everyone outside of Hogwarts is going to be all over. Obviously, everyone is going to at least read it or listen to other people who have read it. And she's bang on, guys. Harry played it so well by telling Umbridge what all the letters were about, like absolutely perfectly. Yeah, about the whole teenager thing. I remember Anne Davis. I'm not sure if I told you this before, but on QI he talked about when he was at school. They went to some volcanic ruin place, and they had like a metal, like a rickety metal bridge that went across stuff that you could look down at and everything. And whilst crossing it, the guy who was like taken on this tour turned around to the students, to the teenager, and said, "Oh, by the way, don't jump up and down." And because of that, everyone started jumping up and down, So sometimes telling certain age groups not to do something is the worst possible thing to do, But yeah, it seems like the majority of people, the vast majority of people, completely believe Harry. I didn't think we'd get to this point. I really didn't think we'd get to this point, guys. This is actually really shocking to me. Oh yeah. I don't know why this has just popped into my head now, guys, but this is the book which has the movie, which when Umbridge is chased out, when Fred and George do the firework thing, I can't remember exactly how it ends, and they're like flying around and everything, and everyone's like going, yeah, like that. There is one girl just like really, really unimpressed by what's going on. I hope she gets explained. I want to know who she was. Hopefully she's in the book. It's just like one shot, but it's when Harry starts to get the pain again, just after Fred and George did whatever they did with the dragon, with the firework, I should say. There's a dragon, right? I'm not thinking Lord of the Rings. It's like one person like that in the crowd of people like going, yeah, it's great. I really like it. People seem to believe him. Yeah, I genuinely think we'd get to this point until Voldemort is actually, we get the fudge, Voldemort's back or whatever. Somehow Voldemort is returned. That's what he says. Which is a Star Wars reference. The pages of the article have been bewitched to look like textbooks whenever anyone who shouldn't know about it looks at it. That is incredibly advanced. That really, and also it goes blank as well. Like, that's Marauder's map level stuff right there. Well, it's not quite, but it's still blooming impressive though. Yeah, I'm very impressed that they've been able to do that. But there's a lot of very good minds at Hogwarts, and all the students want to be able to read this thing. But yeah, impressed with whoever did that. Yeah, it's really cool to have an early W over Umbridge, guys, and we have another one later on, I should say, and I can understand why they're both not in the movie, because you don't, in a single movie, you don't really have that much opportunity to have your antagonist fail, because if you have them failing all the time, if they're in one movie, which Umbridge is largely in one movie, it makes them seem weaker, and so I can understand why both of them were taken out, but this one's really, really satisfying. The other one is more subtle, which we will talk about later on. Even the professors are treating Harry differently. Like, I think Flitwick gives him some sweets or something. Sprout gives Harry Gryffindor 20 points for Harry passing a watering can. Outrageous. It's cool that she's I don't know if McGonagall would do that to another house. I don't know. I don't think Snape would. I don't think McGonagall would. I think that they're both less likely to give a draconian amount of points because of other circumstances. But good on Sprout for doing it here, I think, anyway. During Trelawney's lesson, she tearily announces that Harry will not suffer an early death after all. Which is amazing. I love that that's still going as well. that thing is still on the cards. Tarot cards. I got down here. It's so weird. Does that mean that she's thanking him, which would suggest that it's been a punishment this entire time? It hasn't been a punishment, has it? I don't. That's certainly not how I see it, but it does seem like it's a reward from Trelawney. Unless she's lying to comfort Harry, so she still thinks that he's going to be dying young, but she's saying that just to. I don't know. It confuses me that was here. Oh, and she also says that he will become Ministry of Magic, which I know Harry would be very happy with, and have 12 children. But I'm not sure Ginny would be very happy. Sorry, ignore me. Yeah, amazing. And we know that, well, at least from the movie, we know there is at least one. So only 11 to go. There are other students. Has Ginny got another child with her in the last scene? I feel like she does, doesn't she? Is she holding another child? No, she's not. But there is more than one kid. No, there's oh, that's bless. There's another well, it's not technically a Weasley, is it? I don't know. It could be Potter Weasley. It could be Weasley Potter. Could be Weasley. But yeah, there is a younger Potter. I'm gonna go with there with Ginny and Harry. Oh yeah, no, she's holding hands with Harry earlier on in the scene as well. They all look so messed up. They don't. They just all look exhausted, and it feels like that's what they've. That's how you age someone, just by making them all look really tired. Oh, so Ron's got a bit of a paunch as well. Alright, enough about that. We don't get a scene of it, but Cho at some point takes Harry's hand and apologises to him. And says it was very brave of him to have that article written, and says that she cried whilst reading it. And I got down here, what, again? Which even Harry is like, oh god, made him cry again. Bless her. That's literally bless her. She's gone through a lot of blood and trauma. As has Harry. But yeah, I'm glad, guys. I didn't think we'd have a second go of it. I thought that was it. I thought that could essentially be Cho's arc largely over. I'm going to say this. I remember when I was first watching the movies, and I did get comments saying that people don't like Cho because of the way that she treats Harry. And I'm guessing that's something that hasn't happened yet. Because if it's what's happened up to this point, no, there must be something else. But yeah, no, I'm glad they're having a second go of it though. And yeah, Seamus says, "I believe you." I think it's great, guys, apart from what he said about Cedric a long time ago. And says that he sent him a copy of the Quibbler to his mother. And I don't know, guys. It's very possible that I read this completely wrong. And the meaning that the author meant was Seamus had this revelation and came around to realising that Harry wasn't lying. I've never read it like that. I feel like Seamus has always needed a bit of extra information to go against what his parents believe. And I think that's so interesting. That's how I've already seen it. And so I think that this arc for him is awesome. I really do. I feel like this is like a really well done sequence of him getting the information that he has been asking for Harry to give, but Harry is resentful the fact that Seamus feels like he should have to do that. So yeah, really good stuff. I need to be deleting my notes. Oh no, I have. Yeah, really like his arc. D, C, and G. Oh yeah, Draco's, Crumb, and Goyle. Are with Theodore not the Brave from Critical Role. Which I've got into a big moment with that character. I'm in episode 104, so I'm getting through it, guys. I'm approaching the final 30 episodes, I think. It's good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Yeah, they're like giving Harry looks, but the thing is, they can't like say, "Hey, what you said about my dad in the crib or anything," because then that'd be them admitting that they've read it and everything. But yes, it's because Harry named their fathers as Death Eaters, including Not, I'm guessing as well. Most successful. It's the most successful copy of the Quibbler ever. It's getting reprinted. It's done even more interest than the crumble-horned Snorkak. I'm not sure. You know, maybe Luna's just telling Harry just to big him up, and it's not actually true. But I'm guessing it probably is actually true. Fred and George have enlarged the poster of Harry. This is great. Which like bellows out things like the mystery are morons and eat dung Umbridge very loudly. Hermione finds this very, very annoying, and to be honest, Harry starts to find it annoying as well, because as the spell wears off, it just starts saying the words just randomly and not in sentences, which is brilliant. It just says dung like that. That's gotta be that should have been in the movie. That'd been hilarious. Oh no, because the article isn't in the movie. Good story arc, this guy. I'm enjoying this whole article shenanigans. So yes, Harry goes to bed with a headache. He is then in a curtained room, not the velvet room, the oh, what's it called? It's called the Red Room? The one from Twin Peaks, anyway. He has his long, pale fingers on the back of a chair in front of him. There's a Death Eater kneeling in front of him, who seems to be absolutely terrified. And he actually hears what is being said, and so he knows that the person on the ground is Rockwood, who used to work at, in the department. Rockwood says that Boyd wouldn't have been able to take it. Lucius had used an imperious curse on him. In this awesome information, guys, which is actually, it would be so useful for everyone to know, but Harry just holds it to himself. But yeah, I think I mentioned earlier on how when I may as well say it because we all know, when Voldemort says something, it says Harry said, and it's so well done. It's not like Harry can hear what's being said. It's Harry he himself is saying it. Oh, it's good. Good. So yeah, he asks Rockwood to send in Avery next. I missed some bits, guys, but obviously a lot of it is like figments of little bits of information that Voldemort is remembering that Harry's doing and everything like that. So listing the whole thing would have been a bit strange, but Avery is to be sent in next, and Harry goes to look in the mirror. And he can tell, I don't know if it's a mirror, but something that is reflective. And he realizes that soon he'll be able to see the whiter than a skull face with red eyes with slits for pupils, which I think is new information. I don't know if we knew that he had goat pupils. And as it gets closer, Harry screams no. Really, I see it so vividly in my mind, guys. And Ron wakes him again. And says, will you stop acting like a maniac so I can get you out of here? I'm not sure what I meant by that. Because he doesn't get him out of anything. That's interesting. Or maybe get you up or something like that. He immediately asks Harry if someone else has been attacked. And says, was it my dad? Was it the snake again? So God bless Ron. Obviously that paranoia is blooming there. Yeah, that must have been like his initial thought when he heard Harry calling out. Harry says that Avery gave the wrong information. And he basically he gives Ron bits of information, not explain the whole thing. And so interesting because I'm not sure if Avery giving the wrong information or gave the wrong information was actually mentioned in the dream. I think it's something that Voldemort would I was thinking whilst not dream, sorry, when that scene was happening. And so yeah, really well done. And the fact that Harry is struggling to actually explain what he did actually just see. The other boys come in. Harry immediately shifts to look like he's not mad, and to look like everything's normal because Seamus has only just started to believe him. He doesn't want him to think that he looks insane. Ron says that he should tell, and he goes to say, I presume Dumbledore, but Harry cuts him off and says that he's not going to do that. Harry says that Harry knew that Voldemort was going to punish Avery without hearing it said. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that is definitely the case, isn't it? Hermione is then filled in with what's going on the next day, I presume, and believes Boyd had been hit by a defensive spell from whatever the weapon is. And was murdered as he knew too much because of the Imperius Curse. And so obviously once the Imperius Curse wears off, you can say, I've just been forced to do this and this is what's going on. Presumably the Imperius Curse is often followed by murder, if not, the Avada Kedavra. I'm trying to say that for a long time. Hermione's suddenly like, Sturgis! And says that they were presumably under the Imperius Curse as well. Hermione, after discussing suddenly... So after Harry has explained what he saw and everything to her, and she's like, kind of all these theories, she's then really angry at him for not being able to block the visions out. Just like, wow, charming. Thanks Hermione, to quote a Harry Potter musical. And because of this, because she's like this, and she should know she wouldn't be like this. I know it's Hermione, guys, but she should know Harry is going through a lot of trauma and stress right now. And to say, yeah, you should be doing it right, Harry. It's like, come on now, give him a little bit of slack. And so Harry has now decided that he's not going to be telling Hermione and Ron anything about what he's going forward. It's just blooming him now, and it's such important information. 2 weeks later, occlumency lesson of humiliating memories as always. Snape asks what the last memory was. Harry is very confused because the memories are like a tunnel vision sort of thing rather than like one by one now. So presumably Snape is upping the potency of the spell, I guess. To make it even faster for him to learn information, which I presume makes it more difficult to block out as well. And so yes, Snape says, "What was that last memory?" And Harry says, "What, the one of my cousin making me trying to get me to stand in the toilet." It's a strange image. And Snape says, "No, the one of the man kneeling in the middle of a dark room." it's oh, I like this bit, guys. I realise it because he realises, like, I mean, for one, he realises that Harry isn't successfully blocking out and everything, but the fact that he clearly recognises that man and he recognises that room as well. Harry says it's nothing, as he's now saying to everyone. Yeah, so Snape says something like, you shouldn't know anything about that man in that room. So he's basically saying, I know who that is, and I know what's going on here. Harry says it's a dream. And Snape says, even though you are dim, I would have thought after 2 months of lessons, you might have made some progress. Yeah, right here I'm surprised that it's like saying, oh, who else was there? What, could you see who you were? What were your fingers like? And all of that. He's just, I guess it's because, I don't know. Because presumably he is getting fed Death Eater information at his time at Hogwarts, maybe at Hogsmeade or wherever. But yeah, he doesn't drill Harry for information. He just basically says, you seeing that is a sign that it isn't, that you are still not successfully blocking it out. Snape accuses Harry of liking the dreams, feeling like it makes him feel special and important. He says that Harry is neither special or important, and it is not up to him to find out what the Dark Lord says to Death Eaters. So I got down here at this point. I think that Snape probably is being legit, like saying, are you actually getting a kick out of this? But it does genuinely sound like he is also a bit jealous of Harry being able to find out this information that maybe he didn't know that Rookwood. Harry has a shortcut to getting information that maybe Snape would not be able to get to. He would definitely know that Rookwood was a Death Eater, though, wouldn't he? I'm not sure, guys. There's a lot of them. I'm pretty sure that he would. Because obviously there's that whole thing of not knowing who is and who isn't a Death Eater as well. So you don't know who to trust, apart from Voldemort. But yeah, it does seem to be a slight bit of jealousy. And when he says that that it's not your place to know what that person's saying or what's going on in that room, Harry says, no, that's your job, isn't it? Which he didn't mean to say. He just basically just comes out of him. And there is an awkward pause where I think Harry is expecting Snape to be angry, but instead Snape actually smiles and says, yes, that is my job. So it seems like Snape actually gets a bit of a kick out of being the mole, maybe. Anyway, we're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. We've got a blooming big surprise coming up next, though, guys. So yeah, they go again. Harry sees Dementors, but after a fashion, he also sees Snape faintly there. And as Snape becomes more clear and the Dementors become weaker, clearly it's working. And Harry uses Potato. And suddenly the tables are turned. He is suddenly seeing this boy with long greasy hair, crying as a man shouts at a woman, being a lonely teenager, a girl laughing at a boy trying to mount a bucking broomstick. And as Harry is seeing this, also all by accident, he's not doing it on purpose. Snape shoves him in the chest and knocks Harry back, breaking a jar behind him, which is physical, which you cannot do at Hogwarts. You can't be physical with the students. Well, Snape has smacked Ron on the back of the head, hasn't he? He's also... Oh, no, this is the movie. He's also gotten both of their heads and pushed them down to look at the books and everything. I like those scenes, guys, but it is quite different, isn't it? But yeah, like shoving a student in a lesson, which is a lesson. I think that's one thing that Snape is sometimes forgetting is that no, because he's like that in his lessons anyway, isn't he? So I take that back. And yeah, Snape, after after repairing a jar that Harry had broken, says, "Well, Potter, that was certainly an improvement." And it really was, guys. It essentially came out of nowhere as well, which blows my mind. Because it wasn't like... Yeah, it is. Like, I don't know if it's because Harry was so annoyed by what Snape had just said or anything like that, but there is this... And I guess the potato was just like an automatic response thing, because even Snape says, I don't remember saying that you should use a shielding spell, but it's clearly worked. Snape looks into the pensive as if to like make sure that the whatever you put in there was still there, which is interesting. Obviously, he didn't take everything out, didn't he? Yeah, no, it's the really bad stuff that Snape has taken out, and so yeah, he was just like, oh, those are there, right? Yes, okay, good. But there are obviously still very bad memories that he is still keeping on him. Harry's sure that Snape is going to want revenge the next round of occlumency that they do, and so they go again. He's like says on 3, 1, 2, and then it starts. So I don't know if that is Snape purposefully doing it early, or he did actually count it in, and they went on 3 rather than after 3. The corridor again. The door actually opens. There is a black room with a black floor, black walls. A circular room with other doors around it. So we actually get to see what is in this, which is awesome. And this isn't from his memory either. So this being able to get through there is pretty big. I must admit, talking about Critical Role just now, guys, it did remind me of one of my absolute favourite Mighty Nine moments, which I'm hoping will eventually be in the cartoon. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, nearly spoiled something there. I nearly spoiled something there. And I can't say that. But yes, I'm pretty sure that they are nowhere near this part. But I'll say what episode it is in. But yeah, essentially, they're in like this teleportation network. They are allies with the people who own it, but that they shouldn't really be doing what they're doing. And instead of just going directly to where they need to go, they get greedy and start to try and copy the waypoints, and they get into a lot of trouble. It's one of the funniest Jester moments in my opinion, where while they're expecting, they get approached by like loads of guys, like, what are you doing here, like that, and they're like, oh no, we're not doing anything, because they're messing around, like sticking around to try and get more information and waypoints and everything, which they shouldn't be doing. When they try to defend themselves, like Bo's like saying, "Oh hey, I'm Cobalt Soul. It's all right," and just uses a spell to try and up her ability to be more convincing. But because it's a spell, the card looks and just to do the spell, says, she's a caster, and just shoots her with a crossbow bolt, hitting her in the rib. Then later on, they go through another teleportation and try to do the same thing again, and the local guards there come like, what are you doing? And the exact situation happens again, where Kayan just like says, hey, it's all okay. I was leading the group through, and I came to the wrong place, and just like says, okay, I'm gonna try and help. I'm gonna roll to improve Caleb's ability to talk in these situations, and that's a spell. And so the other guard shoots Jester on the other side. So funny. Oh man. It is episode 78 of Critical Role Campaign 2, guys. And it is one of the funniest bits in the entire campaign, in my opinion. Anyway. Sorry, guys, but yeah, it's basically, so because it's a dark room with doors all around, and it's so clearly it's going to be a network, so through those doors, it's going to be another door with, another doorway with other, another circular room with other doors and everything. It really reminded me of Critical Role. I'm sorry. Another tangent past. But my goodness, that bit was funny. So yeah, upon seeing this, Snape like snaps Harry out of it, and Snape is seemingly furious about, even more furious than he was beforehand, and goes on a rant about Harry, about, you know, not being able to block this and seeing things that you shouldn't and everything. But during it, Harry just interrupts and says, "What do you call Voldemort, the Dark Lord?" Which is, I really like that it's just dropped in there, and I'm really glad he asked it, because I've been wondering it this entire time. We definitely discussed it beforehand. And I think before Snape even gets a response to answer, there is this scream from outside. Now, at this point, guys, I have no idea where this is going. I feel like in the movie, this scene is at the end of a compilation of Umbridge messing around, isn't it? So I think it's actually quite early in the movie, or earlier. But yeah, I was completely baffled. I was thinking, hang on, is this the book where the other Gryffindor player, I can't remember her name right now, like touches the necklace or anything, which is a massive blooming jump scare during the flipping movie. That freaked me out. I got completely confused here because it said Snape is now staring at the ceiling. That's because they're in the dungeon, but I thought that he'd been knocked down. And so the scream was from his memory or something. I thought the whole thing had happened again. But no, it's because he's looking up rather than... It said staring at the ceiling, which usually means you've been knocked down. But yeah, that isn't what's actually happened. I got down here. I have no idea what is going on here. Snape and Harry rush to the... entrance hall. Snape leads the way actually, which is quite cool. But then again, you know, if you're a professor at Hogwarts, you are going to go and examine what that scream is. You're not just going to think, oh, I'll leave it to someone else. But it is good that Snape does lead the way to go and to find out what's going on. And it's Trelawney with her wand in one hand and a sherry bottle in the other. Not a fan of sherry, I must admit. I've got some lovely rum at the moment though. Really nice. It's called Buckwell's, I think. It's really very, very nice. Spiced. I tend to go for spiced or black. Not serious black. There are trunks next to her as if they have been thrown there. And to try and work out what the commotion is, Harry hears, because it's just basically a crowd of people all trying to see what's going on. Harry hears, you didn't realise it was coming," from in Umbridge's voice, which is actually quite a good line. I didn't get it originally, but it's like saying, well, you're the divinations professor, you didn't see it coming. It's actually quite good. You got to admit, guys, that is actually quite a good line. And yes, Trelawney has been sacked. Doing it so publicly is obviously massively unprofessional. I'm guessing it's just happened. I don't know, it happened an hour ago, didn't it? It happened an hour ago. So, I guess she was told to pack her bags and everything. Then it was done for, and they chucked them down the stairs. I think that's what was implied. And since then, Trelawney's just been drinking, I guess. But yeah, doing it so publicly is obviously massively unprofessional. I guess she's sending a message, but my goodness. Umbridge, I mean. This line is so well written, guys, and it makes my skin crawl. Please remove yourself from this hall. You are embarrassing us. As in... I don't know. I guess it could mean everyone, including yourself, but I get the impression that it means you're embarrassing the school which you are now not a part of. That's how I get it, you know? That's how I get it. Pav and Lav are crying, as you'd expect. McGonagall is looking like she's going to be sick, quite frankly, but she actually does go over and comfort Trelawney, which I didn't see coming, guys. I really didn't think that book McGonagall would, but I'm glad that it's here. It's quite different. It's less dramatic of, oh, how could you, Umbridge? I'm like that. It's like, come on, dear, come on. So yeah, it's a little bit more realistic than the movie, but I didn't think it would be in the book though. We're getting there, guys. Just under 2 hours for the first. Not the first, sorry, for the notes section is pretty much perfect. We'll get to your notes next. McGonagall says to Trelawney, "It's not as bad as you think. You aren't going to have to leave Hogwarts." And Umbridge says, "Oh, really? And your authority is that for that statement is." So I don't know if McGonagall knows at this point. She very possibly does know. But the fact that Dumbledore is outside at this point would suggest that maybe she wouldn't. But when she says, whose authority do you get that from? You hear Dumbledore says, that would be mine. And he opens up the doors, and he stood framed by the door frame with the mist. I think that it's outside, and even Harry thinks about how cool he looks. It's basically his Aragorn entrance, you know what I mean? Where Aragorn pushes the doors aside and everything. It's a great shot. So Umbridge doesn't have the power to remove someone from Hogwarts, just sack them. I got down here in my note. I got down here. I'm surprised how accurate this scene is to the movie. It's really only just the setting that's different here, and no sherry bottle as well. But yeah, I wasn't. I think. Oh, I didn't actually watch the movie scene. Okay, I'll do it before we do our notes. I'll do it before we do your notes, sorry. But yeah, usually I watch the scenes beforehand, just to pick up on any subtleties. But I'm sure that Dumbledore does not have a smile on his face throughout this scene. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's angry again, which obviously is not great, because obviously we've had this Dumbledore being angry, much more angry than he should be. But again, it's okay. So this is the other W over Umbridge, which I'm again not surprised was taken out. Having Dumbledore seeming quite angry in the movie puts over Umbridge's power, which is essentially what this entire section of the movie is to do. In fact, I think it actually ends up with Umbridge says, "Yeah, for now you have that power," or something like that. I'm pretty sure. Again, I need to rewatch the scene. So I understand that they didn't have that. I can understand them having Dumbledore angry in that scene because it's putting over Umbridge. But we've had a lot of Umbridge being put over in the book already, and so here it's absolutely fine. But I can understand the change though. Yeah, I said earlier on that there are a couple of W's against Umbridge in this chapter. This is the other one that I was talking about. So yeah, Dumbledore says that he alone has the power to remove people from Hogwarts, and Trelawney dramatically says, "Oh no, let me go, Dumbledore. I'll seek my fortunes elsewhere." Which is actually, again, I don't know if she meant it as a joke, but it's quite good. Seek your fortunes. Dumbledore has none of it, of course. And Umbridge it says, "Well, what will the new divinations teacher do when they need a room when they arrive here?" and Dumbledore says, "Well, I've already found one," and says that they will prefer a ground floor one. So as soon as he said a ground floor room, as soon as he said that, I was thinking, okay, who would that be relevant to? I can't. I don't think I even got down any ideas. I didn't. I had absolutely no clue who this was gonna go to be. I was going through the entire cast trying to think, and I just couldn't think of anyone at all. Yeah, I didn't write down a single name because I couldn't think of who the heck it was going to be. And the rule is the Ministry of Magic get to choose the replacement if the head can't find one. And clearly within the last hour, or maybe he's planning it beforehand, Dumbledore rushed off to like say, hey, Frilenzi, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Do you want the job and everything? And yeah, it's so ultra dramatic. This reveal, guys, it really is. You like to hear the horse hooves and everything, and it turns out to be Frilenzi, who obviously Harry. I'm trying to think who else met him. I honestly can't remember, but Harry met long ago in the first book. God, and here, what a twist! I it blew my mind, quite frankly. It's going to be strange. It's going to be very interesting to I hope we do actually get some lessons of divination with him. It's obviously their species should be pretty good at it. I'm not surprised that this wasn't in the movie at all. In this scene, it would have been inappropriate because again, we're putting over how powerful Umbridge is at this point. But I'm not even surprised that this twist was even. I'm not surprised that later on we didn't have like a divination letter with the Centurion. You know, they just basically stopped having divination lessons for the movie, didn't they? I'm pretty sure. Great stuff, guys. So that was just under 2 hours. Long chapter, lots to talk about. Sorry I didn't watch the scene beforehand, guys. I will endeavour to do that before we start the book club. I think it is just that one scene, isn't it? Trelawney scene. I'm pretty sure it is. Either way, let's get over to your thoughts over... Poozle's knocking on the door right now, so that is perfect timing. Let's go over to your thoughts over in the book club. Okay, so two things. One, last time I ranted about how Patreon is shifting how comments are displayed yet again for the worse. And so I will do my best to not miss comments, guys. But just now I thought that we had a lot more than we actually do, but it turned out that was a huge reply chain. And so, which I don't read out replies. And so this might be interesting. So I will endeavour to make sure I read all the top comments. Secondly, guys, I'm not going to do the thing which I said that I might do because my shoulder is messed up and it's still really hot. So yes, I was going to do the face paint again. but you know what, guys? Because my shoulder's so messed up, it is really bad actually. Not really in the mood, and it'd be very painful to do as well to put face paint on. So I'm going to take some ibuprofen as soon as my water is poured, and yes, I'll do everything with my right hand. I'm actually ambidextrous, but in a weird way. So I write with my right, but I do things like catch balls or throw balls or like or flip coins. I can do flip coins with both, but it's a lot easier with my left. Very odd, very odd. I swear that I just got 2 ibuprofen out. Okay, apparently I didn't, so I need to take this before we get started. Thank you so much for taking part, guys. There are a couple of DM ones, including one that is not to be read out. But they did ask a question, which I am going to read out, if that's okay. Cause it might explain something. So Civilized Saint, I hope you don't mind me saying your name. I will read this bit out if it's okay. A suggestion, can you include the name of chapters in the title of book club videos and review note posts? Just a small abbreviation? Oh, I see. Abbreviation in the brackets. Your notes for chapter S and U, which S and U would be for this one, of Order of the Phoenix. Yeah. As said before, I have a lot to catch up on, and I'm still in Goblet of Fire, and it gets a bit confusing for me navigating the chapters without title names. So my main issue with that originally was the length, because obviously the length of some titles is very, very long, which are YouTube video titles is an issue. It's actually not an issue for the Patreon post, so I can do that. So yeah, let me know if you think that's a good idea, guys. But with the abbreviation and everything, I think it might look a little bit messy on YouTube if I start doing that on the YouTube titles. I'm not sure if you're specifically talking about YouTube titles. You might be talking about the Patreon post for both, to be honest. When it comes to the posts, like the post where you add your comments in and everything, guys, the titles are there, but they're in the blurb. So I think they're like in the second paragraph, because the first paragraph is like, you know, setting out some rules and everything. Where I'd say today, this time we are looking at the chapters or chapter, and then put the title of it there. Whereas in the title, I only number it, and so I hope that's okay, Civilized Saint. But I can look into doing it on the Patreon posts. Yeah, I don't think that has an issue. I may try and do that next time. And Hobbit has a DM as well, so this is where you can DM me your thoughts, guys, rather than have them public. You do have to make sure that they don't have any spoilers in them, because obviously there's no one else to say, hey, by the way, that Veggie shouldn't know about that so far and everything. And you need to start your comments with the word book club. So then I know not to click on it on the DMs until the day. Pardon me. And if you send 2 messages by accident because you forgot to mention something, you had to put book club at the start of both of them, just so that still holds up. Pardon me. Okay. Book club. Hello. Hope you and Woozle are managing the heat. You know what? I'm going to take this off Hobbit. But yes, just about. Thank you. On Hermione's comments about Quidditch being only a game, this strikes a chord with those of us who were non-believers of sport and didn't get all the fuss. It reminds me of something I'm surprised people haven't said. Oh, which Quidditch doesn't make sense? I've said a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense, including today's video, but we'll go on. Some say it's supposed to be a parody. Oh, now that's interesting. Of the sport culture of Britain's schools, which you've alluded to before, and weirdly tribal fan bases with their rival teams and pantomime hatred. Oh, I like the way you put that. The fan chant and songs, the strange rules, and its nonsensical leagues and cups. That too, an outsider seems absurd. Oh, okay, now that's very interesting. The fact that you say it's specifically about British sports, I can absolutely see that. Yeah, the chanting is definitely obviously a thing over here, guys. I mean, I've never been to a football match, but soccer match, I should say, if that's what you lot say. But yeah, you get like compilations of funniest football chants, everything like that, and sometimes they're funny, sometimes they're literally just abuse, and so yeah, they definitely can be over the top. And also the fact that there's league and cup and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I can see that being confusing. Or maybe it's reading too much into it. I agree with you. these bits are less interesting. I've said before I enjoy Order more as an adult, but Quidditch is more exciting as a 10-year-old. Oh sure, I can absolutely see that. Like with lots of silly school things that seem to matter at the time. Our sympathies with Ron, who's always dreamt of succeeding in this, very true. Only to see it all unravel through his poor self-confidence. Free teacher moments I really enjoy here. McGonagall being kind to Trelawney, absolutely. Even though she thinks she's a fraud. Yeah, I know, and it's not this like really emotional checking on Trelawney that's in the movie. It's sort of like, oh, okay, come on, not pull yourself together, but it's more that sort of approach to her, isn't it? Which is more book McGonagall, let's face it. Flitwick handing Harry a box of sweets with a shush and running away. Absolutely was Flitwick. I'm glad you put that. And Dumbledore stood framed in the doorway against the misty night. Yes. Ready to lay down the law. Cheerio. Thank you so much, Hobbit. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. So this is where you usually post the by the way, guys, I don't display them on screen because it's set because it has information about the person who's DM'd, which they would most probably not want public. So that's why I don't show them on screen. So this is where you usually post them, guys. So it's now we start at the bottom now because they reversed it. But I also need to be clicking show more on all the comments. But yes, guys, as I said, those are other things that are available on the Patreon, guys. But yes, so this is where it starts to get confusing. So these are all replies to the first comment, which is by Howard, right? No, it's by Badger Cat. You see? Oh man, I really hope I don't miss out any comments, guys, because this has gotten 2 more stages of confusing, and I'm already an idiot. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I want a good idea with my shoulder being like it is. Okay, I'll use this light one. Badger Cat, greetings, Veggie and Woozle. I really love these one chapter. Oh, these one chapter videos. Okay, I thought you worded that wrong, but no, my brain worded it wrong. Chapter 26, and also thank you. They are so much easier when the chapters are this long. It's and I know it isn't ideal for a lot of people, but it's incredibly ideal for making them. Nothing draws more attention to someone than trying to hide trying to hide something, then try to hide or ban it. Reminds me of Natty from Hogwarts Legacy. She mentions that calling the forest forbidden only makes it more alluring to students, and she has a point. That's actually a very good point. I wonder if Snape is intentionally seeking out embarrassing moments to Harry, moments to motivate Harry to keep Snape out better. Well, that's so interesting because you're saying embarrassing. You're also scary as well, because obviously we had the You know what? I don't think he is. I think it's just random thoughts, but I think that a lot of very potent thoughts are very embarrassing or scary, because we've had positive thoughts as well, haven't we? I'm pretty certain. Yeah, we had, well, it depends how you read it really, but we had him at the mirror, didn't we? But I don't think he is. I mean, the Dementor thing isn't embarrassing, is it? That's scary. But also, like being able to see the room with that room with that man in it. I think it is more just random. Maybe I'm. Oh, I was going to say defending Snape there, but you say he may actually be doing it for good reason. So if so, it's the right thing to do, guys. We discussed it last time, but Harry needs to learn how to do this. As always, thanks for all your hard work. But remember that your health is is more important. Please take care of yourself. Thank you, Badger Cat. I'm taking care of myself by not painting my face today. I should say in Hufflepuff colours, like I did in Azkaban, guys. Thank you so much, Badger Cat, and also thank you so much. I won't say for what, but I got a notification, which was very kind of you. So thank you. How are we doing? A couple typos in the last one. My apologies. Oh, that's okay. I hope I didn't draw too much attention to them. As for this chapter, I really love how Umbridge bans the Quibbler, which gets even more people to read it, absolutely. It's a little curious that Fudge puts someone that's so bad with children in charge. Yeah, and you know what? I think maybe even Umbridge is realising that. I feel like maybe she thought she'd be absolutely perfect for it, because she has this very, almost Mary Poppins-like approach to the children, but then absolutely loses her cool immediately after. So I think maybe even she thought she was going to be great at this. And boy, would I have loved to see Umbridge's face when Dumbledore selected Firenze immediately to replace Trelawney. Sorry about all guys. Trelawney is... This is the sort of stuff that makes me love Dumbledore. Yeah, it was a great Dumbledore moment. It really was. And it's not in the movie. It's not there in the movie. Which we discussed. I feel like it's for good reason. I know it's been touched down a lot, the other book clubs. And I know I touched on at once, but I highly recommend everyone listens to the full cast edition. Feels like a total different story. Almost I'm on order currently, and I am enjoying this one. I think the most so far. Goblet's still my favourite book though. Excellent. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying them, how are you doing? Thanks so much for your comment. Jake, Samai Woosley. Chapter 26. Fair play to Seamus. Two of the hardest things to say in English language are I'm sorry and I was wrong. And the third is, Worcestershire sauce. I say Worcester sauce, I just do. But then again, I can't have Worcester sauce because it's got fish in it, so I have Henderson's relish instead, which is exactly the same. I think it lasts longer as well. It's very nice. Does Seamus actually say I'm sorry? I think he may have done actually. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you're right, especially for someone like Seamus. I really appreciate it. Harry is a rash idiot. Right, excellent. Why tell Umbridge where you were interviewed? She's obviously going to ban future visits to Hogsmeade in doing so. I'm glad that he did say that it was done. I guess that after he'd said that the interview had taken place, he had to. Because if he said, I'm not telling you, then she could think, okay, you did it inside the school. Expelled. You know, it would be... so yeah, I feel like that almost softened it a little bit by saying that it was done at Hogsmeade. Maybe. She... Say it was done over Christmas. She's no ligaments. That's the one who does the Snape thing. Yeah, absolutely. That would actually be a very smart thing to do. Say Christmas. Maybe he just, or unless he's mentioned anything that's happened since, which I can't imagine he did. Maybe he just wanted an excuse never to return to Madame Puddifoot. Well, that would also make sense. As always, looking forward to the next few hours of Veggitainment. All the best. P.S. Since last time you bemoaned the fact that Woozle gets lots of compliments and you don't, who's had some veggie? Isn't isn't his beard and hat lovely? Oh, what dapper young man he is. Thank you so much, Jake. Well, interesting you say about the beard. I've got a heated brush now, which I've never used them before, guys. I never really knew they existed, to be honest. And so I air dry. Sorry, I head dry my beard first, after like moisturising and oiling, and then after I've blown dried it, I put balm in, and then I straighten it with the brush, and it's really good. It's really good. It's because on this side particularly, it would always go like this quite a lot. It's really limited that down a lot, so it's good stuff. Good stuff. I am thinking of going slightly shorter though. I don't know. Either way, Jake, thank you so much for your comment. Always greatly appreciated. John, this is another one of my favourite chapters. Excellent. So my notes might be a little long. I think they're okay because I should also say this is a different format that is displaying over here as well, so it's kind of hard to judge. But it looks like it's on the longest side, but I wouldn't say it's too long. I don't think. We shall see. It's interesting that in the book, Shrawny got fired by Umbridge much later in the story than she did in the movie. Yeah, that scene, that compilation scene, which it ends with Trelawney being fired, was really to put over the villain earlier on, wasn't it? Because I get the feeling that we get little Umbridge in the second half of the movie. I could be wrong. Less, I should say. I like how Ginny pulled a Victor Crumb in the match, and even Harry was impressed by it. Gryffindor still lost, but she caught the snitch and limited the damage for her team. Yeah, but it's only 10 points, though. I don't know, John. Yeah. Ginny's a good seeker. But the new beaters, on the other hand, Jake Slop and Andrew Kirk, I don't even know how they passed the practice trials. They may just be the best available, incredibly. I mean, it's unlikely, but because they really do mess up. Ginny told Harry that he's only banned from Quidditch as long as Umbridge is at Hogwarts, and she seems confident that she'll be gone soon enough. Do you think Umbridge could actually make Harry's ban for life from Quidditch, even if she left Hogwarts, or was Ginny correct in what she said? I mean, the thing is, Harry's life ban is it's stupid as life, because it's not life, it's whilst he's at school, isn't it? Right? Which it means it's a school ban, which means that Dumbledore would be able to override it, I think. But if it is a lifetime ban, which is coming through the Ministry, which would be insane, then it could continue. Yeah, it could. But I think that'd be crazy though. There's also a minor difference in Seamus's apology to Harry between the book and the movie version. Oh, good point. I should have checked that scene out as well. In the movie, Seamus seems convinced Harry is right because Seamus's mother is convinced Harry is right. Oh, really? That's a huge difference. I don't remember that at all. In the book, however, Seamus is confident Harry's right after reading that article, and he tells Harry that he'll tell his mother about his interview, his new perspective. Sorry, I messed that up completely. What's the interview in the movie? Oh my goodness, guys, this is really bad that this is the one episode that I haven't checked the blooming movie scenes out, because I don't remember the article. I remember Seamus apologising. Man, sorry about that. I don't remember it. Anyway, John, thank you so much for your comment. I think that's a significant difference. Kiri, hi Veggie. This chapter starts with the conversation that I feel like they should have had in the last chapter before the date. It would have saved so much drama. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah. So Hermione, when saying, "Hey, can you come along once you, and you can bring Cho if you want," she could have said, "Hey, by the way, don't say that you want to come and see me instead." But yeah, but she's not expecting it all to go quite so wrong. Love sassy Harry here explaining what an interview is. Yes, absolutely, I love that. This is in my top 5 moments of this book. Umbridge fumbling a propaganda victory over Crazy Harry. Although after the Death Eater escape, it has already started to cause a shift in opinion, as Harry noted last chapter. But here it was already full of support, full support for him under the nose of Umbridge. Feels like it's about time that something more positive happens. Yeah, and I didn't see something this positive happening. It really is positive. And although Umbridge definitely manages to cause more misery, it's still great to see Dumbledore stand up for his teachers teachers in the time of need. Absolutely, yes. What a great moment. I loved it. And we'll see. I don't know if this is the last we'll hear of Trelawney. Or she'll have another job around the school. That'd be very interesting. That'd be very interesting, actually. Either way, Kiri, thank you so much for your comment. Kari, isn't it? Yes. Sorry, I don't know why I struggle so much there. I think it's the pain, to be honest, guys. I don't know if you can tell by my voice why I'm in quite a bit of pain right now. I love how Hermione works through what happened with poor Boyd, and then tells off Harry for not working hard to block it out. Yeah, that was incredible. He really should be trying harder instead of wanting to block it out. He just wants to know what's behind the door. Ah, now that's interesting, Gary, because I assumed that was because that's Voldemort's brain pattern desperately wanted to get beyond that door. That's how I see it. But if you're saying that Harry's actually choosing to yeah, no, that's very interesting. I didn't see it that way, but I think you might be right. One of my favourite teachers enters at the very end to replace Sybil. Very interesting. It was something I didn't expect the first time I read the book. Looking forward to seeing Professor Firenze in the series. Oh, absolutely. What's your prediction of how Accental will do teaching? Well, I can't quite remember how he is. I think that he's quite good with Harry, isn't he? But if that's going to translate to being, you know, as friendly with like entire class of students, I don't know. So I feel like there are going to be teething issues, definitely, and presumably Umbridge is going to be in his classes. Thank you so much for your comment. Slim, Ginny breaking into the Weasley's broom cupboard, taking out their brooms when they weren't looking, and learning to fly without their knowledge demonstrates Ginny's character in a single sentence. Oh, absolutely. Far more than we got in the films. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They did try late on to give her something, but it was too late. It really was. Hermione gives her, and that's not the actor's fault. Hermione gives Harry Murtlap essence for his Umbridge scars. Harry gives Lee the same advice, and now Lee tells the twins to get rid of their boils. Oh wow, great bit of detail there. Normally school kids spread illnesses, not remedies. Oh, quite. Yeah, absolutely. That's amazing. That's actually really subtly done. McGonagall's intervention on Trelawney's behalf counts for so much more, given their personal animosity and McGonagall's impatience with divinations as a subject. Yeah, I can't imagine she's going to be doing the same with the Centaur, but we shall see. People talk about calmly a lot, but the film version of Trelawney's dismissal is equally problematic. Yeah, I thought this was going to come up. We hardly even had Book Dumbledore shout, but it's all everyone seems to remember about Gambon's performance. Yeah, it's so interesting, guys, because I thought he was great in the role, but but some decisions made really are contradictory to the book character. Firenze is Firenze Italian for Florence. Oh, really? JKR really doesn't make localization easy, does she? Well, quite, yeah. Oh, there's some fascinating details in it, though. Surprised she didn't name the other centaurs Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael. That would be crazy. What about Dante? Or is that covered? Hang on, I think I'm being stupid. Yeah, I think I'm being stupid. Yeah, either way. I say Dante because he's my favourite. Slim, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Alias, hey Veggie. Harry, in his infinite humility, doesn't fail to remind us that if he had been playing, he would have won the match. For Gryffindor, quite, yeah. Him losing to Hufflepuff, as if, well, quite. Actually, that's the thing. Yeah, it's so interesting to hear people's thoughts on that moment, actually, because if Harry is like saying, well, if I was there, I would have won, or if he literally saw something that Ginny missed, yeah, I hope there's other takes on that moment, guys, because I feel like there's a lot of takes to be had. I love the reactions of the professors to the article coming out, with especially Trelawney, who is not beating the just making stuff up allegations with this one. Well, quite actually, that's actually very true. She's almost admitting, in fact. You wanted to see more occlumency lessons between Harry and Snape. What do you think of this one? Did you expect Snape to react like he did in the movie when Harry saw something of his memories? No memory about James bullies that though. Yeah, quite. No, I presume that means there are going to be more in the future. Rather than that was a movie exclusive. Did it just make Snape to react like he did in the movie when Harry saw something from his memories? I'm just, again, I didn't, well, no, because this moment technically didn't happen in this chapter, but I'm thinking like he does like get slightly physical, does he? Because yeah, shoving Harry and like breaking a jar and everything, that's really not good at all, but I guess it completely took him by surprise, didn't it? With the Trelawney scene happening much earlier, the movie was still establishing Umbridge as a credible threat. Boom, exactly right. So she got the last word, and Dumbledore was left visibly frustrated. Yeah, absolutely. But here, he stays cheerful as usual and completely outplays her. Do you think Firenze, I feel like I'm saying correctly, guys, if I'm not, I apologise, will be a more credible, competent divination teacher? That's actually a very good question, because that isn't where my mind immediately goes, but then again, why not, you know? He has legit skill, and so, which, you know, maybe Trelawney kind of does, doesn't she? Yeah, great question. I have absolutely no idea about. I'm looking forward to finding out, though. Seriously, I hope it's sooner than later. Thank you so much for your comment. Sun-blooded. Hey, Woozle and Veggie too, I guess. Hermione, I love Hermione calling Harry out for the date, absolutely. Like, yeah, he was being really tactless. Yeah, and it was so nice to discuss it last time, guys, because there are lots of different takes on it, guys. My take was Harry was takes the bulk of the blame for what happened. But, you know, a lot of people blame Trombo, though. It's very interesting to see. Yeah, that Quidditch game was bad. Well, quite, yeah, we didn't even watch it, did we? Just heard the highlights or the lowlights. Bet you're glad Health Buff won. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I wasn't in so much pain, I would be making more of a deal of it. But, yeah, it was completely unexpected. It really was. A Neville and Sprout waltzing to McGonagall's bagpipes. Now that's an image, quite. Which is one of those things which would never be in the movies. But it's kind of had to be in the TV show, isn't it? By the way, guys, I forgot to say, actually, I had a dream about the TV show, and it was absolutely nothing like the books. And so it starts off with Vernon and Petunia having an argument, but it's not so much about Harry. It's more that Petunia wants to separate with Vernon and leave Harry with Vernon, and Vernon is actually quite sympathetic to Harry. It then jumps forward in time to when Harry is already at Hogwarts and is established as a student there, knows all the professors and everything, just cutting out everything. And so I'm guessing that isn't what's going to be like, but that's what my dream was like. And it had Dumbledore's wonderful hat, which I wish I could pull off. Not take off his head, I wish I could pull off a hat like that. I both love and hate Umbridge, I'm going to say. I hate her as a person, and she's infuriating. But, God, is she also entertaining, though. I'm sorry. And you can't wait to see her hopeful downfall. Yeah, that's exactly the thing with her, guys. And it's the same with Azula from Avatar, which I'm guessing is going to happen. Where you can have such a horrible villain, but you can't wait for them to get their comeuppance. Whereas villains that don't usually work, you just don't want to see them. And so, yeah, she's a very well-written character. I love the teachers secretly supporting Harry, points and sweets. And thanks for for that trolley, quite, yeah. For saying Harry's not going to die. Not sure Harry wants to be in a Ministry of Magic and 12 kids. Yeah, quite, absolutely. I can't see that fit in him. Oh, I love the twins. That talking poster is hilarious. Yeah, especially when it just starts saying random words. Yeah, those dreams are getting worse. Really useful information they're getting, though. Snape is really... Snape is really an interesting character because, yeah, he was mistreated and bullied as a kid at school and clearly didn't get have a good home life. So you can't help but feel bad for him. But at the same time, he needs to try to not let that affect how he treats the students, especially Harry and Neville. Now he's an adult. Yeah, and it's interesting that you say especially Harry and Neville. Because we're not talking about his Lily connection, are we? We're talking about the fact that Harry and Neville have gone through a lot, which I think is what you're getting at. Because obviously, Snape doesn't have that particular connection with Neville that he does with Harry, if you can call it a connection. If that happens, guys, I presume it's going to happen in the books. And now he's an adult. I bet you. Sorry guys, I zoned out for a second there. It could be the bangers. I bet you didn't expect that ending. The new divination teacher, and it's a centaur. Yeah, I just wouldn't have been able to guess it. Absolutely not. Sorry, it's so long. I did try to cut it down. That's okay. There's some blood. I appreciate you trying to cut it down. Gav greetings, chapter 26. More prof Quidditch scores make no more. I basically mean professional Quidditch scores. Make no sense. On what grounds is Umbridge revoking Harry's weekend pass? She lying. Because the article is a lie, according to Umbridge. And so, that's the ground. It's shaky, yes. But, yeah, that is what she is founding it on, at least. That's my take, anyway. More Snape background that was not in the movie. Yeah, absolutely. Which I feel like all the memories were at school, apart from the one where he apparently meets Lily. P.S. You could set that comment limit to "I will not hit the show more." One can fit a lot under that limit if they are concise. Just a thought. Yeah, it's a great thought, Gaspar, but at the same time, I do want people to be able to give their thoughts, and I do feel like the show more is slightly on the short side. Yeah, it is. It's slightly on the short side, but I appreciate the idea, the Gaspar. Thank you. Maria. Hi, Veggie. Once again, Hermione is doing the most. Seriously, how would Harry get anywhere without her? Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. Would he be stuck in book 1, which doesn't make any sense. But no, you're absolutely spot on there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything, but great comment, Gaffnop. right. So, moving on. I think it's interesting that Harry wishes he could consult Sirius in his in this chapter, but still doesn't open the gift Sirius gave him. Good point. I'd completely forgotten about that. How long do you think it will take Harry to use it? Is it going to be one of these things where it's like a last second where he has to just try something and he just tries that, you know? Which as I remember happens in Final Fantasy VIII. I'll be subtle about it, guys, but there's like a building which has a button, and the building's really old, and so no one knows what the button does. And there's a bit where loads of missiles are flying at that building, and so they think, oh, okay, well, let's press the button, and the rockets come in, and the building goes whoop and flies off. And I guess it's also the Omega 13, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The Omega 13 from Galaxy Quest. That's a good movie. That's a good movie, that. That is a good movie, guys. And apparently it's meant to be a lot... Apparently, like, there was a version that wasn't released that was a lot more... adult humor in it and everything. There's a character who's always carrying a bag in the movie, and I've never really worked out. I never even noticed he was, but apparently that's to do with him being into drugs and everything, and that's explained in other scenes, you know. But yeah, I'm glad that they made it more kid friendly because it's a great movie, guys. It really is. Alan Rickman, great performance by Alan Rickman, and it really is. There is a bit which makes me cry with him. In fact, it's a bit like Always, but not really. It's not like that, but it's a very good moment. Any other Harry Potter crossovers? No, not. It's all like Americans, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Is there anyone else in Galaxy Quest? Because Blumid, oh, what's his name? The really good villain in Buffy. He's the villain in Galaxy Quest. Incredibly, you never guessed it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no other crossovers with Galaxy Quest and Harry Potter. Final Fantasy VIII, I found it was a letdown, guys. It's nowhere near as good as 7 and 9, in my opinion. Although I know that a lot of people say it's their favourite. And when I say Final Fantasy VII, guys, I mean Final Fantasy VII. I don't mean these. I don't mean the remake that they made, which wasn't a remake, which was so good until the end, where they just ruined the entire thing and like said, no, we're gonna make up our own story now. Then don't call it remake. That broke my heart, guys. That was the saddest I've ever been playing a video game. Like, just seeing it all just fall apart. And, like, them just basically say, oh, by the way, we're not going to be following the storyline anymore. And, by the way, that massive disaster that should have killed countless people apparently didn't kill anyone. And that out of context makes no sense, guys. But there's a bit where a lot of characters which you as Cloud have been able to speak with are just instantly killed by something. And in the remake, I'm pretty certain every single person that you speak to survives it. So it has no impact at all. Right. Moving on, Final Fantasy IX is a massively underrated one, guys. I highly recommend Final Fantasy IX. I've been clearing my shelves up here, guys, which have for years and years been just like a load of video games, like in DVD holders, like up on the shelves. But I thought I'd go for something a little bit more clean looking. But the one game which I have actually on display amongst the other things that I've got on display is Final Fantasy IX. The game makes me happy, guys, and it's very fairy tale. It's very fairy tale, but that is a good thing though, because like Final Fantasy VII's like steampunk largely. Final Fantasy VIII, I guess it's, I don't know what you'd call it, to be honest. It's I guess futuristic fantasy. I guess maybe I don't know. But 9 is like a blooming fairy tale, and I promise that is a good thing, guys. So I would highly recommend that. Where were we? Sorry about this, Maria. I've got sidetracked yet again. Oh yeah, because we're talking about the gift from Sirius. Yeah, I've absolutely no idea. This chapter confirms my belief that Snape should not be teaching Harry occlumency. Okay, here we go. Harry is less and less interested in learning how to do it properly, and Snape's tactics have just made him resentful. I am going to sound really bad here. I think that Harry needs to get past that. I do. And I know that Snape isn't being great here, but regardless, Harry needs to learn it. So Harry needs to not be resentful. I know that's hard to take, but he does have to. As opposed to motivating him. I think that in the previous lesson that we had, which would have been the first one, he was actually motivating, just in a very strange way. Also, I think Snape is enjoying humiliating Harry, which is very inappropriate. I don't know if he's enjoying it. I mean, the thing that he smiled at is Harry admitting that Snape is the one infiltrating and doing a lot of hard work, and for Harry to admit that, and it's not even admitting, Harry just saying it, that feels like a victory to Snape. Whereas everything else, I'm not sure if he really is enjoying it. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. I think the scene with Professor Trelawney is much more distressing in the book than in the movie. What do you think of the new divinations teacher? Yet another thing the movie missed. Is a lot more distressing. Interesting. Because obviously she's drunk, isn't she, Trelawney? Which obviously adds a dynamic to it. You get the feeling it's a lot more close quarters, isn't it? Because it's in the middle of a courtyard, the courtyard, I should say, in the movie. Yeah, it's interesting that you find it much more distressing. I think they're both distressing, but yeah. It's also more realistic. It's more dramatic in the movie, isn't it? Where people are acting like normal people in the book. Also, it's very real people, I should say. Also, it's very sweet that the twins and Harry are so impressed with Ginny's performance as a seeker. And the fact that Ginny was going behind their backs as well, regarding the twins, yeah. Apologies if this comment was too long. So many things happen in this chapter. Yeah, it's almost a shame that they don't split these sort of chapters into two, guys, because he easily could. There's no reason why this all had to be one chapter. But I don't know how all that all works. Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Andrew, hi Veggie. At least my happiness doesn't depend on Ron's goalkeeping skills. Wiser words never have been spoken by Hermione, which is actually for her quite impressive. A decisive Hufflepuff win. Sure, Ron might have been bad, but they still absolutely battered Gryffindor. Of course, it couldn't come when Harry was on the pitch, but we'll take it. Well, quite exactly. It does almost feel like it's like saying, yeah, if Harry, well, even Harry, thinks to himself that if he was out there, then Gryffindor would likely have won because of him catching the snitch earlier. Snape gave Harry another compliment, albeit mixed with a whole bunch of insults. Can't he just give it a break for one lesson at least? Was that the line about, well, that was certainly an improvement or something like that. Yeah, it's for him, that is giving a lot, isn't it? A centaur is the new divination teacher. I'm so sad this isn't in the movie, especially the dramatic entrance through the doors. Yes, quite. Speaking of magical creatures, which subject do you think Dobby could teach? Oh, great question. I mean, we've already discussed why it isn't in the movie. It isn't in the movie regarding that moment. And also, it's. I'm not saying it's the worst thing that Umbridge has done, but I feel like it is the most consequential thing that Umbridge has done. Is firing Trelawney. As in, you know, the school's going to be very different now because a teacher is gone and that's it. They're not coming back. And so to really put over that moment, they couldn't have this centaur there at that moment, but also having it later on would still dampen it slightly. It'd be sort of like, oh, they got a new professor. Oh, and they may even be better as well. Yeah, it would slightly dampen it. It's a very different medium film, isn't it? What lesson could Dobby teach? Home economics. I mean, if you're asking, or no, he just magics it up, doesn't he? If you're asking what Hogwarts lesson he could teach. Thing is, he can do everything really easily, can't he? So I could say stuff like a charms and stuff like that. Yeah, he'd probably be a really good charm. He could assist Flitwick. That'd be a great double act, in fact. I agree, WrestleMania was soul-sucking, you're quite. Roman and Punk was amazing. Yeah, that was clearly the best match. Fortunately, I get paid to write about it, but I'd definitely not be watching currently if it wasn't my job. Well, that's where I'm at, Andrew. Yeah, I think you mentioned that you write about wrestling, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched it for ages. Clash in Italy, I think is it today? That's the thing, guys. I have no idea because it's so bad. I haven't been following it. It's just like every decision they've made for the longest time has always been bad. And I'm not just talking about booking, just in general, guys. booking is the writing, I should say, guys. The writing of wrestling. So the booker is the person who writes who wins and loses, who's going to be going against who, and stuff like that. Yeah. Hopefully it'll improve. But it just feels soulless right now. Oh, which you say soul-sucking there, yeah. Andrew, thank you so much for your comments. Marikuma, you'd think most readers of the Quibbler would believe Harry, considering all the other strange things in the magazine. That's actually an excellent point. That is an excellent point, in fact, yeah. It's interesting interesting that only Death Eaters can avoid... Sorry, Death Eaters can call Voldemort the Dark Lord. It was very interesting to say can there, which is actually what I presume is going on with Snape, in fact. Ginny also does this in Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps a clue that she was possessed by Tom Riddle. Very good point. Very good point. My goodness. Does she even talk? I guess she must do. Yeah, of course she does. Yeah, I'm being stupid. Yeah, that's an excellent point. There's such a contrast between angry movie Dumbledore, who snaps, or not snapes, at students for no reason, and calm book Dumbledore, who smiles politely whilst dealing with Umbridge. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which... Oh, look, show more. You see? This is... I'm sorry if I've missed anything else, guys. Any thoughts on Snape's childhood? Does it make Harry or the reader feel more sympathetic towards him? I mean, I would say it would have to make the reader do so. That's certainly where I'm at. But then again, maybe not. Maybe some readers don't feel more sympathetic towards him. It does me. That might just be the sort of person I am. But yeah, Harry, I think that Harry may have just found it confusing, or he would think, well, that was only one moment where a man was shouting at a woman, I was alone, he was alone in his bedroom, a girl laughed at him, I've gone through a lot more. And so he may not pick up on the fact that Snape's life would have actually been consistently bad. Yeah, I feel like that's of course Harry had kissing Cho as memories, didn't we? So of course we've had positive memories. Although that is embarrassing though. Oh, that might actually weight the theory the earlier comment had then. Anyway, Marikuma, thank you so much for your comment. Sorry for nearly missing out part of it. Uttiper Veggie, Digo says, since I don't really have any interesting insights other than having brought up others have brought up, sorry, I'll just leave a little quote I always enjoy, showing how sweet and innocent Harry can be, and it might have been a good idea to mention how ugly you think I am too, Hermione added as an afterthought. But I don't think you're ugly, said Harry, bemused. Hermione laughs. Yeah. Oh, innocent and sweet. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, there. I thought you were just saying that it's sweet, but no, it's the innocence of it is what you're picking up on today. Yeah, that's exactly how I see it as well. Digo, thank you so much. Insincerity. That's not insincere. No, it's not. So it's Inseriousity. Inseriously, there we go. This chapter has many great lines. I really enjoyed this one, but because it's a nice, uplifting chapter where something actually goes right for Harry for a change. Yeah, and it what's the term? And it makes other things go right as well. Yeah. Snowball. There we go. Yes. The teachers were, of course, forbidden from mentioning the interview, but they found ways to express their feelings. Professor Trelawney broke into her hysterical sobs and announced that Harry was not going to suffer an early death after all, but would live to a ripe old age, become Minister of Magic, and have 12 children. So funny, but this makes me wonder if this is what finally got her fired. Yeah, Well, I think probation isn't about it's not putting a foot out of line. It's about looking to see if you're good enough. So it may have been the straw that broke the camel's back, which is a horrible term. But it's a part of a larger dossier of why she was gotten rid of, regardless, in my opinion. In seriously, thank you so much for your comment. Danny, hi Veggie and Woozle. Hermione's constant expiration. Exasperation. Yes, it is exasperation. I've never seen it written down before, so that threw my brain. With her two idiot boy best friends, always makes me laugh. That is a great way of putting it. Her voice actor in the full cast audiobooks captured it perfectly. Well, that's Hermione from the TV show, right? I believe I've heard. I think you guys have told me that. I had some things to say, but most of it has been touched on already. Hang on a second. There we go. Ow. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. John Hurt, who played Ollivander, of course. And Hazel, my favourite rabbit. In Watership Down. I had some things to do. Sorry. I just wanted to share a quick story instead, if that's okay. Oh, absolutely. When Hermione says if she could have done one thing to make absolutely sure that every single person in the school were reading the interview, it was banning it. Yeah, absolutely. It always brings to mind the ketchup incident in middle school. Oh my goodness, that sounds good. That sounds good. Hope it isn't too dark. We had these ketchup pumps at lunch, and kids would frequently make a mess with them. Oh, I can completely see that. Had them in McDonald's, of course. I'm guessing they were the plastic bottle ones, though. So the school took them away. This led to a roaring black market of ketchup trade between students. Oh my goodness. Bringing in full bottles, packets from McDonald's. Smart. I must admit, guys, whenever I go to McDonald's for my vegan burger, I do ask them to add a couple of extra ketchups and curry sauces. My two go-to. Yes, you can get curry sauce in a McDonald's in the UK, guys. It's Chinese style. It's not even Chinese style, guys. It's kind of its own thing, but it's not like hot curry like Indian curry. It's like not a million miles away from a ketsu. And no, it's not really like ketsu, but it's that sort of curry. Very good. And selling them in the hallways between classes. Wow, making some money out of it. Needless to say, we got our ketchup pumps back. Ah, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have something like that, it's going to make a mess, even if the kids aren't doing it on purpose. But then again, some kids are going to be kids as well. That's brilliant. So Hermione is right. Banning something in school is indeed the best way to make sure every student is in on it. Yeah, quite absolutely. Heather, hi Veggie. Wanted to take a moment to thank you for keeping going through what I believe are some the longest chapters in this series. I appreciate that, Heather. Thank you so much. I got some heather this week, in fact, for the front garden. As well as my chili plant. It's next to my chili plant. Oh, I haven't watered them today. That's okay. I'll get on that later. Take your time. As you say, the content length remains the same, so it's actually more in-depth. Oh, absolutely. If we did 2 chapters the length of this, guys, the vast majority of details we wouldn't be able to talk about. Even without my waffling. On Lee Jordan's detention last week, Umbridge threatening Fred this week. I'm surprised no one has gone to Dumbledore quite yet. Everyone's doing this about the blood writing detentions, unless someone actually has. Harry doesn't want to because he feels Dumbledore is avoiding him. But why would other students? I can see Fred and George not doing it. But Lee, why wouldn't Lee? Maybe they're all just trying to not give Umbridge the satisfaction. Maybe. Oh, great comment, Heather. Thank you so much for making it. Dodo Lily Bippy. Hi, Veggie. Notice how Ginny joins the group just in time to overhear Harry talking about his dispute with Cho. Dispute. What a great way of putting it. I love that. It is accurate. And speaking of Ginny, and that's a very good point. Oh, hang on. I love how George is impressed that she's been stealing their brooms for 8 years secretly. Yeah, quite. I like that little bit of pride he has in them. Yeah, very interesting that Ginny turned up at that moment. And would have heard that part of the conversation. I bet you're happy at the Hufflepuff win. Oh, quite absolutely. I'm not waving my hands around because right now I can't. Do you think it's a coincidence that Harry keeps being jerked out of sleep right before seeing what's at the end of the path, or is there a reason? I think it's coincidence. That's where I'm at right now, but maybe there is a larger reason for it. What do you think about what Boyd was trying to remove? If it was the weapon Harry thinks, any new thoughts on what it could be? Oh, I completely think it's whatever Harry thinks it is, be it a weapon or not. But that thing, yes, absolutely. As in the thing which will be which Voldemort wants. Maybe Voldemort went to look in the mirror because he sensed Harry seeing through him and wanted to startle him out of it. Oh, it's actually very possible. I was thinking that I didn't think that he was looking in the mirror for that purpose. That's a great call, though. But I thought that maybe he would have felt Harry's fear before it dissipated and would think, oh, hang on, was Harry just here? You know, possibly. But yeah, I wasn't thinking that he was doing it on purpose, though. That's actually really smart. It's funny how Harry himself argued to Ron that he shouldn't have seen the vision if. It's funny how Harry himself argued to Ron that he shouldn't have seen the vision if he'd done occlumency better. That very fair point. Although again, like the earlier comment, you know, would he really wanted to block seeing that out? I don't know. But yeah, he probably would have done. But the thing is, he doesn't know that he's dreaming, though, does he? So it's a very difficult situation. But then went furious at Hermione when she pointed that out. Yeah, I feel like Hermione, ironically, was quite tactless in that moment as well. But yeah, you make a fair point. Do you think that? Do you think it's good that Harry is seeing these dreams, or do you agree with Snape? Well, the snake one, absolutely, it's good that Harry saw it, because that would have been disastrous if not, potentially disastrous. I do agree with Snape, just because that is what we are now doing. Now we're doing the occlumency lessons. Harry does need to learn it and put it to good use. So I am actually with Snape here. I'm super curious to hear your thoughts on the new occlumency lesson. I thought it actually went well, and all things considered, and I'm with you that Snape is the right man for the job. I'm glad. Yeah, I know that it's a really good discussion last time we had, guys, about regarding if people thought that that Snape was appropriate for it. I'm absolutely still in that column. I'm not saying that he's perfect or anything, guys, but I think he is the best man for the job. Which is a key sentence in my favourite episode of The Thick of It. Yes, it's excellent. Episode 6 of Series 3, I think it is. Thank you so much for your comment to the little bit. Nonny! Hey! All caught up, and back to posting. Excellent, Nonny! 6 months of overtime took its toll. I bet it did. Well, I hope it made that toll as well. Doesn't make any sense. I hope you were correctly paid for it. I can't think of the other term for it. Compensated, I guess. We get a little more insight into Voldemort's plans here and what he's been doing. Do you have enough pieces of the puzzle to put it together yet? I don't know. You know what, Noddy? Clearly not, because I don't fully know what you mean by that. So I think I can work out what you mean. The whole walking down the corridor, trying to get to the object, hearing about Rookwood and Avery and everything. I have not put it all together yet. Yes, no, I absolutely have not. Which is a nice place to be. And you got more occlumency. I think I disagree with you about Snape being the best teacher for the job here. Snape might be the best occlumency teacher in general. That is I will pause right there and say that is the absolute main part of my argument. But we'll read the rest of it here. But he is not the best teacher for Harry. That's a fair point. The best teacher in the world will get nowhere if they don't adapt their methods to the needs and learning style of their pupil. It depends. I mean, you are right. A teacher needs to do that, but is Snape like absolutely the best at it? And so the frustration that Harry has with it in the past has been a positive. We had it last time in the occlumency thing where Snape basically said, "Show me," when Harry said, I'm not stupid or something like that. I still think he's right. It's really nice to read these other opinions, though. Another storyline completely missed in the movies. Are you looking forward to the lessons with Firenze? Yeah, I absolutely am. And the weird thing is, after finishing the chapters, it didn't dawn on me the fact that we are going to be getting these classes. But yeah, this book club made me think, oh yeah, of course we are going to be. So it's not a spoiler, obviously. We're obviously going to. But yeah, I kind of thought that was just going to be it. Much like the movies. That's probably why my brain was like that. Thank you so much for your comment, Nami. Florin, hey Veggie. Umbridge becoming victim to the Streisand effect is always fun. Reference. Would you ever imagine Frenzy showing up? Oh, this not in a million years. I was thinking for so long who it could possibly be. I actually paused it to try and think. Streisand effect, guys, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was when Barbara Streisand bought a property, right? And wanted to keep it private and for it not to be a big thing about it. So I think she took an injunction out or something like that. She basically attempted to make whatever it was that she was doing, which I think was buying a house, a secret and stop the press from reporting it. And because of that, it just became a massive story. That's the Streisand effect, isn't it? I think it's a house. I could be wrong. Florent, great comment and great connection with the Streisand effect. Streisand. Can't say anything right. Sorry. Chris. Hi, Veggie. Oh, my word, Chris. What's happened here? The letter scene reminds me of all the letters Harry received through the chimney in book 1. Oh, yeah. Good call. Good call. And all the owls being there and everything. Which was a thing, right? Is it at least a thing in the movie? And the eggs. Fred and George turning the Quibbler cover into a talking poster is brilliant. Absolutely. What an image. And the fact there's booming voice as well. Why do you think Snape is so hard on Harry during these lessons, knowing how important for everyone they are? Chris, I'm guessing that you're going to disagree with this, but I think that, for one, he is like this with Harry anyway, obviously. But I do feel like there is an aspect of urgency, and that's why he's being like it as well. Which may not be ideal for everyone, guys, but I feel like that urgency is partly the reason why he has been like that. Maybe I'm being naive. What do you think Dumbledore is so desperate to keep Trelawney at Hogwarts? Thank you. Oh, I assumed it was an act of altruism. Well, it's not even altruism. I thought it was just a kind act. Yeah, that's how I see it. I mean, there could obviously be other reasons. Obviously, her abilities maybe, but I don't know. I'm really hoping that we find out what she does if she does get another job at Hogwarts, rather than her just not being about, you know. All being about, but not really doing anything. Chris, thank you so much for your comment. But yeah, that's how I saw it. It was just being a nice... Oh my goodness, pumpkin. I shall do this and then I'll have a break. Yeah, I'll count up how much comments we've got after this. Hey, Woozle's Hume. First, well done, Seamus. I completely agree. Most adults cannot admit when they're wrong. Oh, God, shall I tell you what happened yesterday, guys? Which is technically, now I've already revealed it earlier on this video, in between this video. I mean, people don't apologise anyway anymore, guys. They really don't. Like, a few months ago when I had my car serviced, they didn't reset the service clock, so it was still saying that it needed a service. It's a mini that I got. And so I phoned up saying, hey, the service thing hasn't been reset. And the person said, okay, well, it's too late to do it today, but bring it down tomorrow and we'll sort it out for you. I bring it down the next day. They said, well, there's no one here who's able to do it right now. And so I then had to go back. I had to bring it again. They did it. It took like half an hour. It took like 20 minutes for them to do, which is longer than it should do. And I finally got it done and drove home. Not a single apology for that entire thing. It's unprofessional, let alone anything. I'm not apologising for really inconveniencing me. Anyway. And then yesterday, I was in... I mentioned it before, guys, but there's a palace near where I live. It's where Snape's tree is, which I've obviously said many times to you guys. And I was taking Woozle for a walk. There. Just coming up to the end of the break, and two little dogs, who I just couldn't work out who they were with, come charging at Woozle. Now, in this park, guys, you are not allowed to take your dogs off the lead. For good reason, guys. There's geese with very young chicks, I guess it would be. ducks with very young ducklings. There's lambs in the field as well, like very young ones, like everything, and like and so you absolutely, not even in the fields, in the park. It's not like they're segregated and everything. Sure, that they are. There's a bit of wire and everything, but it's not like this wooden fence or anything. So you're meant to keep your dogs on the lead. These two dogs come charging over so far away from the owner that I literally was looking around trying to work out who the heck they were with. Eventually, a woman walking over incredibly slowly, like sort of like quietly calls, like, I don't know, let's say their name was Snape. Snape, here. Like really, I think she was embarrassed. If you're embarrassed, apologize. Apologies go a long way with me, guys. Probably too long, in fact, but they really do. If someone apologizes, I'm like, okay, fine, that's fine. It's an acknowledgement that you've done something wrong. There's no acknowledgement at all here. And so this incredibly half-hearted, come here, obviously didn't work. The dog's just running around me and Woozle. Woozle getting freaked out by it. She's on the lead. I had to leave her on the lead because it's a park where there's a wildlife around and everything. I don't want her to go charging off because she can charge, guys. She's a whoa! She's a lurcher, guys. She is one of the fastest species of animal on the planet. So she can move when she wants to, okay? Especially when she's being chased by two little yappers. And their size doesn't matter, guys. She's spooked by any dog that comes over to her aggressively. And so, any normal person would say, put your effing dogs on the lead. I'm not a normal person, guys. I wish I was, but I'm not. And so instead of that, I said to her, which doesn't make sense. It's probably my autism kicking in as well, because it's a distressing moment. I'm distressed for Woozle, not for myself, obviously, because I know that it sets her back. You know, next time she sees a little dog, she's going to think, "Oh, is that going to do the same?" Which is not good for a dog who's gone through a lot of trauma, guys. And so I said, when they came over again, I can't let my dog off the lead. And the woman says, obviously you can't. I'm trying to get my dogs on the lead. And I explained that which a lot of dog owners like bloomin' know, it's really bad to let your dogs run up to a dog that is on the lead. It really is, guys. It doesn't matter if they've got something yellow on or like a sign saying I am nervous and everything. You shouldn't let your dogs run up to a dog that's on the lead because the other dog can't get away. And so if I'm in the playing fields, where you're not meant to take, I'm pointing at the playing fields right now. If I'm at the playing fields, where you're not meant to take your dogs off the lead, but it's kind of okay. If we're away from the car park, then if a dog comes charging over, I will instantly let Woozle off the lead. And she's quite intense when she's like playing chase and everything. That very often the other dog like goes running back because she's like, ah. She's not aggressive or anything, but she's very hyper when she's playing chase. Or when she's scared, she will tell other dogs, she will put other dogs in their place if they have overstepped her boundaries, which is a good thing. So I certainly don't reprimand her when she does that, because she has to be allowed to do that. But when it's a place where there are geese around and everything, and you're not meant to take, and you know, very possible that I might get my pass, because you need a pass for this park, revoked for letting my dog off. I just couldn't let her off, and so that's why my instincts were to say I can't let the dog off the lead. So I explained to her, in any normal situation, when dogs come charging over to a dog that's on the lead, the best thing to do is let the dog off the lead. I can't do that right now, and yeah, and we sort of like left it like that. But no even attempt at an apology, and she saw that Woozle was distressed, because as soon as Woozle really tried to get away from them, then she did raise her voice a little bit, as in tried to call her dogs back properly. Didn't listen to her, and then we watched her, like, it was a long stretch, walking down, like very slowly walking after her dogs that were running up to people, that were chasing geese down towards the lake and everything. completely ignoring it, not ignoring her and her child who was there as well. So I probably would have said the F word anyway. I wouldn't. The child eventually started to try and help out by actually running after the dogs. Wow, what inspiration that there. Obviously didn't get it from his mother. Oh, I'm being nasty now. I'm being nasty. But he was able to catch one of the dogs because whenever she walked up to them, they'd just run away because they didn't want to be put on the lead. And I get training your dogs is tough, guys, but the fact is, she was coming from the car park. She must have opened the door and the dogs got out. And when I say that, I don't mean they got out and then ran over to Woozle. It's clear that she thought, well, I'll just let the dogs off the lead. Because there are some people who do that. Unfortunately, because of that, sheep end up having heart attacks from being chased by them. So there are signs around saying, do not let your dogs off the lead, because the livestock can die from it, even if they don't actually attack them. But I got the impression by the incredible slow pace that she was walking, that she just thought, oh, that rule just doesn't apply to me. Because I have such good control over my dogs, who literally do not listen to a single thing that I say. That isn't why my my shoulders messed up. That's for sorry. That was another thing. Sorry, Pumpkin. My goodness, that was a long tangent. Oh yeah, most adults cannot admit when they are wrong, let alone apologizing face to face, plus in front of a group of people, and he is 15. Oh, and yeah, the fact it's in front of people, that's huge. Yeah, that is actually massive. That truly took some chutzpah. Love that term. Well done. I really feel for Harry in these books on a medical level. I obviously never had a psychic attack to a sociopathic murdering nuts. Really? Oh, okay. But I was about his age when I started to have constant headaches. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but never truly gone. Oh, interesting. That really messes with your body, I bet. And you don't get enough sleep because of the pain. It's exactly what's happened with my shoulder. Yeah, seriously, that's why I keep yawning all the blooming time. And it is just like a constant thing of the day just can't be as good as... Oh man, that must have been really bad. You get more irritable because the lack of sleep and the pain. Your pain increases because of lack of sleep. And it's a really vicious circle. Yeah, absolutely. That's really... I'm glad you're past that. It sounds like it may be. Could have been a tooth issue. Because that can be quite stealthy when it comes to headaches. Maybe. And even under Harry's feeling of not being heard or misunderstood, granted most teens feel that more on a certain level, Harry doesn't talk about it to grown-ups because of the trauma. Yeah, and he stopped with Ron and Hermione now as well because of the way they acted. Or the way Hermione acted. I stopped complaining because every doctor I went to said that I was healthy and don't have any pain. Oh wow, that's not very useful, is it? So you learn to ignore your body. That's a really bad idea, and just live with the constant pain. It ain't good, people. No, it really isn't, and it can have disastrous outcomes. Obviously, you know, both my parents left it way too late to be seen. Like, way too late to be seen regarding their conditions. But I won't give you any details, obviously, but one of my brothers was getting, like, an ache. And the doctor told him... I can't remember... The doctor essentially said that it'll just pass and it's nothing and it's nothing to worry about. The next week he was in hospital, and he actually said this. He overheard the doctors talking about him behind the curtain and everything, and one of them like said, yeah, it's actually really bad position he was in. He like really bad health, and he loves telling that story because that was such vindication for the fact that he was actually ill and he was actually being taken seriously. So yeah, never ignore that sort of thing, guys. Seriously, obviously not me directly, but I've had a lot of, I've had losses and I've had other things happen because people take this whole just ignore your body, ignore what your body is telling you. That's a good way of putting it. And yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that, Pumpkin Sparks. So yeah, even ignoring the whole story and what is happening on the outside, I feel how Harry and what is happening to his body. That boy needs a whole entourage of different kinds of doctors who work with him quite absolutely. I can understand why your comment's quite chunky now because you want to tell that story, and I'm glad you did as well because it's an important blooming message you say. Believe me, I know you know. I'm sorry. I tried to just then. I'm sorry. I tried to keep my comments shorter. I know I'm a yapper, but I'm also afraid of being misunderstood if I don't explain or give some context. That's completely understandable. And also, you wanted to tell that story. I appreciate you did as well. And I do feel that I'm getting slightly better. Maybe at the end of the book club, I'll be able to hit the goal. Pirate edit? Does that mean to say private? Surely not. Pirate edit. Oh! Pirates of the Caribbean. I knew that you would take exception to my Bill Nighy comment. Pumpkin Sparks, I know you mentioned him before. You just recently realised that Bill Nighy is an amazing actor, and we love Imelda Staunton, Umbridge in these movies. I have mentioned this movie before, and I don't know if you've watched it, but if you haven't, you really should check out Pride. In my opinion, the best Imelda performance, a heartwarmingly charming Bill, and genuinely great performances, an awesome movie, an incredible story. Cool. I've never even heard of it before, to be honest. I don't know if it's something that we could put on the polls, maybe. I wonder where it's from. No, Pride movie, I said. Oh no, I didn't. I just put Pride. That's on me. That's why the first thing that came up was a biblical text. There we go, Pride, yeah. Who else is in it? I'm going to have a look at the IMDb real quick. Dominic West, I've definitely seen him in something. I feel like I've seen something on the channel, in fact. Oh, Paddy Constantine's in it! Yes, please! Oh, no, I need to watch it, then. George Mackay looks very familiar. Hang on, what? Oh, I thought Ant and Dec were in it. They're not. Just two people who look exactly like Ant and Dec, whose IMDb pages are right next to each other. Nah, like anything with Paddy Constantine's awesome. I'm a big fan of his, guys. Dominic West. What have I've definitely seen him in something. Very recognisable face. He is best known for... Oh, The Wire! Oh, that's probably it. I watched the first series of The Wire, and I know that everyone says you need to watch the second series because it gets really good. I just wasn't enjoying it, guys, and so I just didn't. Maybe I should give it no go, because that was long ago. That was when I was a very different person as well, in fact, so maybe I would like it now. But yeah, Bill Nighy, Imelda Staunton, and Paddy Constantine. Yes, please. Paddy Constantine's great, guys. I've definitely talked about Dead Man's Shoes, which is an excellent movie. It's often on YouTube to be watched in full, but you can find it elsewhere as well, though, guys. Check out the trigger warnings, which is a shame because it's a bit of a... It's not really... No, it's not. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. It has violence in it, guys. It has... and scenes of extreme bullying as well. I want to make that clear because they are actually really distressing scenes. And drug use and alcohol use. Anything else? It's a good movie. It's pretty short. But Paddy Considine stars in it. I'm not going to say that because that would be a spoiler as well. It's very good. Dead Man's Shoes. And also another movie which my brother showed me called, by the same director, A Room from Romeo Glass. Romeo Glass? Is that it? Which was very good as well. I need to rewatch that actually because I was really impressed by that actually. I prefer it than This Is England, which is another thing that the director did as well. And This Is England's very good as well. But that absolutely has some trigger warnings in it as well, guys. My goodness. But it has Stephen Graham in, who's excellent in everything. Anyway, all that aside, yeah, we finished Pumpkin's comment, didn't we? Is it time to have a break, or do we want to keep going? I feel like we're getting quite far. I'll do the count real quick. So it would be great to do this in one take. Actually, I don't think I've ever done a book club in one take. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And yes, guys, I can count up to 18. No further. Savage Kim. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, guys, so earlier on I could do this. I've already... That's ironic. So earlier on I could do this, no problem, but I couldn't do this. I'd get to there and it would just be... The arm would be incredibly weak and just in agony. That's a huge improvement. This way, that's an improvement. I just have to be careful. Okay, so can I go from sitting... So gears to steering wheel. Gears to steering wheel. Gears to steering wheel. Yeah, brilliant. Yes, I know manual. Which obviously most new drivers don't, because electric cars are all automatic, aren't they? I think it's quite unusual in some countries to have manual cars, in fact. But no, I'm glad I learned manual as well. I enjoy it. I enjoy driving, which is something which I never thought I would, because I thought I'd be awful at it. I do feel like I'm going to say this because I'm sure my brothers won't watch it. I do feel like my parents, although I love them and they love me, weren't the most encouraging when it came to certain things. And it basically make you feel like, hey, you don't want to do that. No, they both wanted me to drive, but the way that they would word it would make it sound like I probably wouldn't be very good at it. So, if that makes any sense, but it doesn't. One more time. Don't push your luck, Veggie. Yeah, that's an improvement. A couple of hours ago, guys, I wouldn't have been able to do that. That's excellent news, so it's not anything long-term than it seems like, he says. So, it's good. Hi, Veggie. Oh, actually, I should check. Have there been any more comments that come in? Sorry, guys, I feel like we've gotten a little bit sidetracked over the last couple of minutes. Stephen was earlier on. Okay. Okay. That was Stephen, wasn't it, at the top? Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it was, Gary. Not Jerry. There's Stephen. Okay. Back to it, guys. I need to make sure that I'm drinking lots of water, though, because it is still very warm. Apparently, from tomorrow, it's going to be nice and chill. Remember earlier on in the video where I said tomorrow's going to be hot as well? I think I did that. I feel like the medication... I say medication, it's only paracetamol and ibuprofen. What's that stuff that's not legal in the UK? I think it might be illegal, but you have to get a prescription for it. That a lot of American celebrities have. Or it just chills you out. I feel like I could do with that, guys. Although you cannot mix it with alcohol, though, because apparently that can be absolutely lethal. But it's got a different name over here. We don't call it Oh, it's in that song which I really like. That oh yeah, I'll talk about so sidetracked. Sorry guys, but I recently discovered Nico Case, who's been a musician for decades, but I really just discovered her. Particularly the song "Hold On, Hold On" from the album Fox Confessor Brings the Flood. It's an excellent song, guys. I recommend it to all of you. The cover art for the album is so gorgeous. I've got a little space up there where I'm actually going to get it printed and framed because I think it's gorgeous. Do you want me to describe it? It's quite strange. It is a woman in a snowy field at night with fox legs discussing something with a bunch of foxes that are sitting around her as she's holding another woman's head, but not in a violent way. in Pirates, you know, the dude whose head, like, I don't know if he's in Pirates. I don't know if it's a spoiler. I feel like it's okay. No, I won't say it. Trying to think of someone else who famously has that. It doesn't matter. But yeah, like as in, like, the head is also clearly a part of the conversation as well. Beautiful bit of art. I think it's stunning. But yeah, Hold On by Nico Case, guys. It's one of those things where I think it's so beautiful, I don't think you can not like it. It's really so powerful. But she says Valium. That's the term which I'm thinking of, isn't it? That's the stuff which celebrities, American celebrities take. Is it? I think it is. But it's got a different name over it. My goodness, we're sidetracked. Okay, sorry guys. Savage Kim. Sorry, way too long to get to your comment. Hi Veggie. Learning about how Ginny snuck the brooms from to fly was cool. Yeah, it adds so much character, doesn't it? But hearing it so casually said from Hermione is a reminder that she and Ginny are also friends. I love these little moments. I really do. Who talk, hang out, without the boys. It's sweet. It's a sweet moment about their friendship. Yeah, and also, like, it was Ginny that. Oh no, it was Ginny that knew about Luna, wasn't it? But Luna is in Harry's year, right? Oh god. Is Luna Lovegood in the same year as Harry Potter? She's 1 year younger, which is like Ginny. Yes, she's in Ginny's year. Okay, so that actually doesn't work as well then. Ignore me. So, one of the most confusing moments when I was watching the movie is when Hermione like says, Luna Lovegood. I'm not having to go to the actor, guys. Because I thought that some spooky thing had happened or something. And I didn't know her name was Luna Lovegood, you know? I didn't have that information yet. Anyway, sorry, guys. I'm so sidetracked. It's a sweet moment about their friendship, yeah, and I hope we get more moments like that. It's really nice, and the way that it's done so casually, it's so realistic, you know? Like, it's not like Harry, like, went, what? You knew that? Or anything like that, you know? It's just like, yeah, Hermione would know Ginny pretty well. Firenze is blonde and Palomino, not without whatever his dark hair and horse guy was in the first film. Well, that's the thing. Earlier on I said about how Jonas's side panel isn't what I expected Firenze to look like. That's not a criticism, obviously, Jonas. Which I'm looking forward to your new idea, by the way. That sounds awesome. But it sounds like the movie version was not accurate, which, to be honest, Savage, I didn't pick up on until this comment, which is not very observant on me, is it? Hope you're well. Thank you, Savage Kim. Let's check out if I am well. Do not push your luck. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Oh, I'm so glad I can do that again. It's so horrible just not being able to do some very basic, simple thing, physical thing. There you go. As if you've never had it. Sorry. Dara, I don't know why I'm laughing, but the fact you put Holler made me laugh for a second there, Dara. I'm sorry. Holler, Veggie, and Woozle. I love the occlumency lesson. I feel like I'm saying it right today, guys. I finally learned it. The other one, Legomancy, I'm still nowhere near. Because I genuinely think Snape is trying to do his best. We also get a little snippet of his story here, and for one thing, think this example a lot about him. Children who grew up in an environment like this. This is the thing. Because you're right, Dara. I completely take that. I completely take that is the case with Snape. Already, I can tell that his home life was very, very unpleasant and painful and probably constant. From Harry's perspective, it may have just been a one-off. Like, it's like, does Snape now think that Harry's always getting chased by dogs? Because of that one vision? One vision! Sorry. Queen song. Good song, actually. My brother recently asked what would be in the lowest tier of Queen songs, in my opinion. And Get Down, Make Love is up there, guys. It's awful. In Love With My Car, I might put in there. That's notoriously bad. It's the B-side to Bohemian Rhapsody, and so earned the same amount of money. And it's about how Roger Taylor is in love with his car. He's talking about pistons are pumping. Thank God It's Christmas is rubbish. It's a rubbish Christmas song. But, you know, you can only list your least favourite songs from a band that you love. And so, oh man, that's one of my favourite things. One of my fond moments of YouTube is when... I'm sorry if you're watching this person. I'm not making fun of you, but it was a very funny moment where... in fact, it was in the book club, wasn't it? Where, like I said, why is the Queen biopic called Bohemian Rhapsody? It doesn't make any sense. And someone very, very sweetly commented saying, "Hi Veggie, I'm a big Queen fan as well. I don't know if you know this, but one of their biggest songs is called Bohemian Rhapsody." I know the song. That isn't what I was saying. I was saying, still, why is it called that? You know, it's like, in that case, that they actually, One Vision would have been quite a good name for it. But, you know, they could have called the Queen's song "I'm in Love With My Car," you know, for the exact same logic, you know. Sorry, I hope that didn't sound like I was making fun of you, but that did make me laugh, though. I also said that the Queen biopic should have been called Flash, just to make it really confusing. They did the soundtrack to Flash. Right, come on, back to it. We are pushing 4 hours, aren't we? Yes. So yeah, but back to your comment. Yeah, I completely agree that it's definitely an average example of his home life, whereas to Harry it may just seem as a one-off. So there is slightly difference between the reader and Harry, in my opinion. So yeah, child who grew up in environments like this, most likely an abusive household, and who are clearly not loved, absolutely, can and will develop serious trust and binding issues. Well, quite like Harry to an extent, yeah. And yes, I know fictional character. Oh no, yeah, no, it's an excellent point. But this short scene, for me, with a degree of psychology, explains a lot. I know I'm very sympathetic, especially towards child and teen Snape. Well, we shall see, because this is our first glimpse of it, isn't it, Dara? But I'm sure that is the case. I've got no problem. I've got absolutely no problem. I don't have any problem with anyone having any opinion, guys. Especially when it comes to just about a book. But I appreciate when people feel very, very sympathetic to Snape and everything. I think it's how I read the character absolutely as well. It was from the movies as well. Obviously, it's very different, but it's harsher in the book, isn't it? And so I feel like that, you know, the dialogue between Harry and him. It's two children having an argument. It's not an adult and a child having an argument, and I feel like that is a part of the psychology as well. Also, I love how Dumbledore hires exactly the person that would annoy Umbridge the most on purpose. Well, quite because of his species. Yeah, absolutely. Bang on the money, Dara. Great comment. Great comment. Great made. Thank you so much. Alex. Hello, Mr. Veggie. Hello, Mr. Alex. Two quick things. There's enough bits in this chapter that hopefully you will have a few topics to discuss. I love imagining the psychotic aneurysm? I've never read the word aneurysm, but that is aneurysm, isn't it? Umbridge had as Harry was explaining the definition of an induce. Amazing. The scene with Trelawney gets fired is another great example of Michael Gambon shouting his head off in the film by seeming entirely chilled and playful in the books. Absolutely. And cool, yeah. Oh no, you said chill, it's the same. Also, I love Ginny's progress through the story. What's this gap here? So that makes it look like there should be more. No? Okay, either way. That's not on you, Alex. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's a shame about Michael Gambon, guys, because the thing is, it would have taken book readers out of the movie. I mean, it has. We've had people say that they even led to cinema because of scenes like that before. Well, he's still good in my opinion, but he's not. It's not the same, is it? That's the thing. Anyway, Alex, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. I need to pour another drink, guys. Oh, I thought Pumpkin had left another comment. Jolt. Hey, Veggie and Woos. This is now the second time we've had the Seeker of the losing team end the match. I'm going to hold off for a few more chapters before I explain how we can fix Quidditch. But this match will be referenced in that example. Excellent. I look forward to that, Jolt. You know what? It stinks to me, guys, because clearly no one really agrees with the fact with me regarding why the heck did Ginny end the match. If you're gonna have Ron messing up, if you're gonna have the two beaters messing up and smashing Angelina in the face and falling off their brooms and everything, I know it's tough, guys, but just let Gryffindor lose by a stretch and have Ginny make that decision. For one, in my opinion, that would add a heck more to her character. It would show her maturity. So I think that would have been better. I do get the thing, because it's Gryffindor, it had to still be a close match. But if the match was genuinely one goal in the difference between it being a draw and Hufflepuff winning, I don't care if Ron has just fallen off his broom and like someone's about to score a goal again. Because if they do score a goal, you're still only 2 goals away. There's the noodle. Right on schedule. So to me it doesn't make any sense, guys. Oh, Peach shorts. Got them a couple of days ago. Where are you? There you are. Peach shorts. Oh, Rose. India. Come on. Let everyone say hello. Oh, Woozle. Those silly little doggies yesterday, eh? Don't worry, because I've had a good moan on the internet. So everything will be right now. That's how you fix problems, guys. You moan about them on the internet. You gonna bite me? Get out of it. There's a bit on this is so random. There's a bit on Only Fools and Horses that me and one of my brothers find really funny. Now, granted, what is actually being done in the scene is not funny, but it's the fact that it's out of nowhere that we do find quite funny. Where Uncle Albert walks past the cat, which he has been previously nice to, and he like goes, "Get out of it," like that, and the cat runs off. That is not a good thing to do, and they shouldn't have done it because it was cruel towards the cat. But because of that, I am now trained Woozle. Not trainer, but I'll go like, "Get out of it," and it basically means we're play fighting. Isn't it? Yeah, you can't see it, but her tail is wagging. I promise you. Get out of it. Get out of it. You wanna bite me? Look at this. Owner abuse live on YouTube, guys. Hey? Violet? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do it, guys, even when it's playing. You okay? Did you want a snack? You haven't had your brekkies. It's very hot, though. It's very hot, isn't it, Woozle? Okay, you can have a snack. Let's see what we got. Oh, darling, if you leave me, I never make it alone. A bit, you know. Say, little known Beatles song, guys. It's not that great. it's not one of their best. It's better than Get Down, Make Love, though, that's for sure. Which is a Queen song, not Beatles. Get down, make love, da da da. Stupid, oopid poop. Invisible Man's not great either. I feel like that's one of their weaker songs. Although it was the song which finally got me to actually learn the names of the band members. Obviously I knew Freddie Mercury off by heart, but the others I would get muddled up. Because it like goes, Freddie Mercury! At the start when he's about to start singing. And then when it's just the rhythm that's going in between the verses, you hear Freddie like go, John Deacon, like that, and then there's like a drum solo bit in it, and just before it, Freddie Mercury like goes Roger Taylor, like that, and then there's a guitar solo at the end, and he goes Brian May. So yeah, it really helped me remember all the musicians' names. Anyway, of course, Freddie Mercury was not his real name. His birth name. His birth name was Farouk something. I can't remember. His first band. Simon made a comment on this one because I wonder if Simon knows this. Probably. You know what, Simon? Let me know if you know this. Oh yeah, Simon is here because I know that Simon adds lots of 70s sitcom quotes to his comments. Did you know that you obviously know Only When I Laugh, the sitcom. The comedy Indian. Is he a nurse or is he an assistant? I can't remember, but he's like the silly, stupid character on it. He was in Freddie Mercury's first band. Bizarre. They were founding members of their first band. I can't remember what the band was called now, but they were both in it. Anyway, Only When I Laugh, it's okay. It's not one of the best in my opinion. It does a really annoying thing. You know when like in sitcoms or TV shows or anything, when someone's playing a game of cards on it, somebody's definitely going to have a royal flush, even though that is an incredibly rare thing to happen. Well, they're playing this game of cards, and like there's a guy who's like really good at cards, and a guy who's never picked up a hand of cards in his life. And like the one who's really good at cards is being really cocky and everything, and like says, "Yeah, I've got a royal flush. Beat that, haha." Everything. Obviously, he has a royal flush. It's a TV show, has to have a royal flush, even though they're incredibly rare. And the guy who's no good at card like says, "Oh, I've only got 4 aces," and like James Nolan, who's the star in it, James Boland, sorry, like says, "Ah, that beats a royal flush." It doesn't. So it's so annoying that they didn't do the research for that scene, guys. Just switch the hands round, but yeah, they get it completely A over fist. Can I get my A over? Can I get my fist over A? Okay. Oh, I'm so glad I'm able to do that. Anyway, it's going to take a while to fully recover, I bet. But it's so much better than it was a couple of hours ago. Right, sorry. Alex, did I finish your comment? I did. Okay. Oh no, we were mid into Jolt, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to your how to fix Quidditch shenanigans. Snape may not be the most patient teacher. Well, no, that would be, I can't remember her name. I was going to say the medical one, patient medical. Snape may not be the most patient teacher, but Harry isn't doing himself any favours in his training. I agree. But maybe I'm just against Harry at the moment, because again, back to how I used to be, because like Cho and Snape, I'm taking their sides here. People were saying a few chapters ago that Snape hasn't explained anything. Well, we find out here that Snape has instructed Harry to clear his mind before he falls asleep, but Harry knows he isn't doing it properly. That's actually a very good point. And also he said, "I don't remember instructing you to use a protection charm." So that implies, at least to me, that he has been teaching him stuff or asking him to do stuff. So I do like that has been improved as well. Oh, Maddie with a late comment. Not late, it will be covered, but yeah, late in the day, I should say. So Maddie will be rounding us up currently. In my mind's eye, love that term, Forenzi, the Centurion, looks like Legolas from the waist up, long blonde hair and bright blue eyes, just like Jonas had. Well, there you go. Yeah, oh yeah. Can I ask, if we're talking about movie Legolas, it was Legolas. Ignore me. You don't mean Legolas from? Oh, that wasn't Legolas, was it? That was the other guy in The Hobbit, who I actually ended up really liking. His dad. Can we have Orlando Bloom still, but can we have him looking like he did at the end of the first Pirates movie, please? Because he was dishy there. He really was. He looked great in that scene. He really did. Anyway, ignore me. Thank you so much for your comment, Jolt. Skinny Beat. Hello, Veggie. Yes, indeed. My profile picture is a football club. There we go. There we go. I thought so. Alamana Aachen. Oh, is it Aachen on the west border? Right. Hang on. Oh god. Aachen. Oh. It says north here. I thought it was west. I thought it was like one of the first things you hit when you go into Germany. Oh yeah, it is pretty early. I've been there. Aye! Sorry, Woozy. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. This is why you shouldn't be, when I record, because I get all scary, don't I? Right? I'm sorry. But something very interesting has just happened. So it was worth it, wasn't it? So, Skinny P, you're from Aachen. I can confirm it is beautiful. I have been there. Granted, I was like 13, maybe even younger actually. But it was gorgeous though. I bought a mug which had a little mouse on the inside of it. Now that mouse is quite a famous German mascot, right? I think I might still have that mug actually. I gave it to my dad. I think I've still got it in fact. Yeah, Aachen was gorgeous. It really was. It's such a lovely place. I mean, lots of Germany is gorgeous. But yeah, blooming been to Aachen. No way. Ah, so it's their football team? The German book club community is growing. Yes, quite. Absolutely. Wow, you're from Aachen. I want to look at some pictures of Aachen, guys. Yeah. What a gorgeous cathedral. Jeez, that is a flashback, that is. Yeah, no, I remember it being very pretty. Awesome. That's so cool. Sorry. I just didn't expect it, you know. It's just how that just like woken up like some old memories there. All the teachers are trying to be sneaky whilst praising Harry for his courage because of the educational decree. How is Umbridge going to control it? Do you think this is one of the reasons she is always doing the inspection in Harry's class? No, that isn't the reason, but I feel like that's going to become a thing, though. I feel like that's absolutely going to become a thing. I think that you're bang on there. I think that Umbridge has to realise that she's messed up. I don't think she's obviously not going to admit it, but I feel like she must have realised, hang on, it's clear that everyone blooming knows about this thing now. How? Is it because I drew attention to it? Oh, maybe she wouldn't. No, I don't think she would actually. She's such a angry person that she probably wouldn't. Trelawney felt much more like a tragic character than a funny comic relief one in these last chapters. True. I mean, the bottle of sherry, I feel like, is meant to be funny, you know, in the same way that Neville skipping over his words is meant to have a twinge of humour in it. I don't know. No. I feel like she wasn't drunk in the movie scene to make it even more a serious, tragic moment. But yeah, no, she's certainly not as ridiculous as she has been up until this point. Also, I always wonder if Dumbledore replacing Trelawney with Firenze was partly done to rub it into Umbridge because he knows how much she dislikes half-breeds like Hagrid and Lupin. Have a nice day until next time. I think it is, but at the same time, that's not great for Firenze, is it? Because she could probably still make his life not ideal, but maybe it's because he's going to be able to take it, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that is definitely an aspect to it, though. Skinny Pete, thank you so much for your comment. The fact that you're from Aachen makes me very happy. How many comments have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, we've only just done 5. Jeez. 14, including the one that's just been made. So I'll have a quick drink and then we will continue. But it would be nice to do this book club in one recording sitting, though. I mean, oh, we got a comment from Civilized State, which is public as well. Which is fine. Right, Josh. The turn in this chapter is great. Harry gets multiple positives, and we get some great Quidditch moments. Very great. I have always kind of wondered how Ginny got good at flying, practicing with such terrible brains. I guess that's actually a sign that the broom isn't that important, which we've obviously discussed at length before, guys. In my case, too much length. About how brooms are essentially cheat codes. It kind of shows that it doesn't matter, doesn't it? Where did she get her broom from? Whose broom does Ginny use in Order of the Phoenix, the book? Her name is Geneva, I don't know. Broomstick. It was made in 1996. It's her own broom, apparently. How does that make any sense? Yeah, if they'd said it was one of Fred or George's, then I'd understand. But it says that it's just her broom. Is that it's not a plot hole? Is that like a missed bit of information there? I think it might be. Anyway, because obviously, you know, Ron bought his broom, didn't he? Unless, and that's a good point. Maybe it's just a school broom then. Maybe most people don't have their own personal broom. That's actually I've never even thought about that. Okay, I feel like I'm confusing myself here. Really makes you think about her natural talent, as it must take a lot of time to become exceptional when you're working from far worse equipment. It's also interesting how Harry is so talented at Seeker that he can pinpoint a specific low. Ginny is slightly worse than pinpoint the specifics of how Ginny is slightly worse in that position. Could that be Harry being petty? Or prideful, I should say, not petty. I think that there might be a case. I don't think that is a case, but I feel like there may be a chance of it. It's also nice, just nice, to see her be so casual around him. Yeah, very true. Not the most involved character, but growth is still noticeable anyway. Oh, absolutely is. Fantastic. Great comment, Josh. Always appreciated. Gugu. Hi, Veggie, and this one over here. I hope you started this book club talking some major trash. I couldn't. To Gryffindor about hearing that they lost again to Hufflepuff. If not, now would be a good time. I guess I should try. I guess I should try, but I couldn't do it at the start, and I couldn't do the face paint. Yeah. To be fair, Ginny was right. This entire video I've been saying, why did Ginny catch the stitch? It's because she knew Ron knew. The two beaters knew. Angelina knew. Sarah? Is that one called Sarah? I feel like this one called Sarah knew. Harry knew. Umbridge knew. Dumbledore knew. Hermione knew. Snape knew. McGonagall knew. Arthur Weasley knew. Molly knew. Sirius Black knew. Sirius Black's mother's portrait knew. Creature knew. Voldemort knew. Wormtail knew. Newt Scamander knew. Tina knew. Queenie knew. Jacob knew. Gandalf knew. Legolas knew. His horse legs knew. Will and Liz knew. Tails miles per hour knew. The little dude, you know, in Mos Eisley's Cantina, where the band is playing, which that music is the type of music that is apparently called jizz. Look it up. But as they're playing their jizz, that's what it's called. You remember, like, right near the start where it has, like, the guy go whoop, 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 like that and everything. It's just showing all the different clientele that's inside the cantina. Well, there's a little dude. It's not Snaggletooth, is it? It could be Snaggletooth, actually. Who, like, goes up to get, like, this glass cup off, this plastic cup, I should say, off the counter. Kind of looks like the cups that we had as kids, actually. He knew. That might be Snaggletooth, you know. The doctor that comes in, I can't remember his name, but Bamford Face, was it? Who comes up to Luke and, like, gets in his face, and then the doctor says, "He doesn't like you. I don't like you either." Because of the edit there, as a child, I thought he had two faces. I thought he had a face on one side of his head and a face on the other. Now, granted, that's probably because I had a toy where that was the case. A toy, not a toy of him. But because there is that little cut where, like, Luke goes, "Sorry," and then turns back, and then he goes, "I don't like you either," I thought he'd rotated his head round. And so I thought he said, "I don't like you, I don't like you either." Both of his heads knew. The little mouse droid knew. That Gryffindor had absolutely. Have you watched I Swear? It's a movie that came out this year, or no, I think it came out last year, about Tourette's. It's very interesting, guys. It's got Moaning Myrtle, who coincidentally also knew, but Moaning Myrtle's in it, the actor. But yeah, it's a very interesting story about this guy growing up with Tourette's. That it's slowly coming into it, how it really affected his school life, his friendship, his love life, work life. Like every single aspect of his life was affected by his extreme case of Tourette's that he has, and it's just about his life. And I recommend watching it, guys. It's very, very inspirational. But he knew that Gryffindor literally stood no chance from the opening whistle, if indeed there is an opening whistle. Is there an opening whistle at the start of a Quidditch match? It doesn't say straight away, so I'm going to go with yes. Jinx knew. My favourite arcane character. Who, once I get round to playing League of Legends, I will be playing as Jinx, definitely. Moving on. Right. Now, oh yeah, you've got more. I see, right. I'm really sorry if I've only read the top parts of people's comments because of this new feature, guys. It's so annoying. Everything new has to be rubbish, doesn't it? You notice that about life recently? Everything new. All upgrades are always worse than the thing that came before. Luna, who also new? Luna's acquaintanceship? I've never seen that word before and I love it. With Harry sure paid off. Quite literally. Yeah, quite, yeah. Oh no, I thought for a second that her dad was played by Paddy Considine, but it isn't. No, is it? It's the guy who's in, it's a Welsh actor. Rhys Ifans, isn't it? He's in the music video to my favourite Oasis song. And I don't particularly like Oasis, guys. I like a few of their songs, but their best song is Importance of Being Idle, in my opinion, and he's in the music video. So it's a good music video, actually. By the way, Rhys Ifans new as well. Mr. Lovegood is definitely having a good month if he's having to do a reprint. Talk about picking a lucky carriage on the train ride to Hogwarts. Well, quite absolutely. Hermione kind of well, no, because Hermione knew about Luna anyway, so they could have still done it, but there wouldn't have been any previous discussion with Luna. Well, there may have been, you never know, but I feel like they still would have approached her, because Hermione would have known potentially who she... Oh, I don't know, actually, possibly not. No, I think she probably would have done. Luna talks about the Quibbler enough. Mr. Lovegood, who knew? Is definitely having a good month. Hermione kind of set up Harry for failure with Cho, who also knew, by asking him to meet with her during his date. Yes, she can't really call him tactless when she was the one who kind of said, "Oh, by the way, bring Cho along to me." It's quite strange thing to say. Even so, maybe it's not over with Cho. So maybe no apple pie in Harry's immediate. Oh, apple pie or humble? Maybe no apple pie in Harry's immediate future. After all, I'm not sure what that means. Has that been brought up before? Paul Bode and unless you're being crude, I don't know if you're being you might be being very crude, Gugu, but if you are, that's great. But I don't think you are. Anyway, Paul Bode and Podmore, in what has been a theme of recent chapters, we have yet another explained appearance of a previous character. How do you imagine what forensic divination lessons will be like? The more I think about it, the more I think he's going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be particularly good with crowds, but if he is, he's obviously got the skills to pay the bills, hasn't he? But is he going to be able to teach humans it, though? That could be... I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Here we go, Simon. Thank you, Gugu, by the way. Simon, we've got spooks and ghouls and freaks and fools at... I mean, it kind of sounds like the start to Trapdoor, but it isn't. It's not. It's very similar to the start of Trapdoor, but it isn't. Trapdoor's such a great theme tune. Simon, I don't know if you're going really random, but the thing that comes to my head is so obscure, and it's certainly not 70s. No. Can you think of anything 70s that would have anything now? We've got spooks. No. I thought Addams Family is definitely not. Yeah, because it's saying there. They are. It's not the monsters, is it? I can't really remember the lyrics of that, apart from the bit where it says we went to sleep many years ago, and then we came back with a show or something. Which I think was a remake. I don't know. Okay, this is going to sound really stupid, Simon. I'm going to look it up because I need to know. I'm going to go with Transylvania Pet Shop. And if it is, that is the most obscure thing you've ever said in your life. Spooks and ghouls and freaks and fools? It's a meme, apparently. Oh. I'm guessing it's a song. Oh, Rent-A-Ghost! I've never seen it! Miss Jones! Right? Rent-A-Ghost. Yeah, I've never seen it. I don't even really know what it is, to be honest. Oh, no, I'm not allowed to go on that website, apparently. Rent-A-Ghost. Who was in it? We will be carrying on, guys. Sorry about the tangents. I don't even know if it's British. I feel like it is. It certainly looks British. Oh, that guy looks very familiar. That's the neighbour on Leslie's house, who's also in an episode of Only Fools and Horses as a Spanish person, and an episode of Citizen Smith as an Italian. Both doing pretty bad accents, as I remember. I can't remember, but it certainly looks like him on the poster for it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't know it. I couldn't sing you that or anything. Excellent. 1976. Because he looks really young here, so maybe it isn't him. But on the poster, it certainly looks like him. I hate the way that IMDb does photographs. It's very annoying. Oh, it's not saying the actors. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Awesome. Nice one, Simon. Yeah, that is something which I know very little about. I knew it wasn't going to be Transylvania Pet Shop. That would be so random, and that would be from the 90s anyway. Right, sorry about the tangent, guys. Let's get on with this now. Harry seems to be paying quite a lot of attention to Ginny at the Quidditch game. Yes, absolutely. And also trying to ignore Ron, I guess. The more lessons with Snape and I... Oh, the more lessons with Snape and I have to agree with him that Harry isn't trying. Yeah, I feel like that has to be acknowledged. Also, a bit more of Snape's past, with possibly a brief cameo from Harry's mum. Do you think that was Lily? I actually didn't think it was. That's very interesting. The bucking broomstick scene. Yeah, maybe. Would Harry recognise her as a child? No, because he's only... Yeah, no, of course not. No. I think it's unlikely, anyway. Because he didn't have her in his life. Yeah, I didn't think about that potentially being Lily. I feel like I'm saying that name wrong, but it is Lily, isn't it? Yes. Another chapter, another returning character, being a while since we saw Frenzy, and we get him as a new book exclusive teacher. I would expect you didn't expect... I would expect you didn't expect to have a centaur teacher. No, absolutely. Is that our first non-human teacher? Flitwick is half... What species is Flitwick in the Harry Potter series? Don't say Warwick Davis. He's part goblin, okay. I feel like I knew that, but I also feel like I didn't. Is there anyone else obvious I'm missing? Hagrid's half giant, obviously. Yeah, everyone else is human, aren't they? I'm only human after all. Ignore me. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting very, very sidetracked, guys. This is what happens when you don't have a break, but it would be nice to get this done, you know. And we get him... Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It was an absolute surprise. Really was. Simon, thank you so much for your comment, as always. Bram. Hello, Veggie. It might have been a good idea to mention how ugly I am. I'm totally with Harry. Wow. I personally a person shouldn't have to try so hard to act so differently to what comes naturally to them when dating. What a fiasco indeed. A person shouldn't have to try so... No, that's actually a very fair point. That really is, Bram. That's so true. I haven't even got the heart to take the mick out of him. Yes. This one from a bloke who thinks you're off his rocker. Another one who thinks you're barking. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I just love British slang. Yeah, to outsiders, those terms must be so odd, but it's just so natural. It's off his rocker. I guess that means rocking horse? Or rocking bed, maybe? I'm guessing it's rocking horse. Anyway, Bram, thank you so much for your comment. Bennett. Hi there, Veggie. As mentioned before, my favourite section of the book starts. I really like the satisfaction of rebellious phrase gives us. Professor Flitwick are to charms as he is not permitted to openly congratulate Harry. I love that Neville congratulates Harry on speaking his mind. Yeah, I love the fact you brought that up, in fact, Bennett, because that's clearly a reflection of him wanting to be able to do the same, isn't it? Or not being able to, at least. Maybe not wanting to. I respect you. Oh, need to do them all. Oh, hang on, Bram. Sorry, Bram. Oh, no. Have I been doing that to any others? I hope not. I hope not. Okay, so going back to Bram's comment real quick. Sorry. Bennett, we will get back to yours soon. Everyone in the possession of a magazine will be expelled is about as the most insane official rule you can think up. Yeah, I instantly thought that is crazy, but also counterproductive. I didn't think it would go as well as it had, though, for Harry, I should say. The effects the article has and how this all plays out in this chapter is so much fun. Yeah, it was very satisfying, and it's one of the things where you're thinking this just can't keep going well. It just went brilliantly. There just happens so much in this chapter. Really is. Many serious, not serious. Who also knew, which I already said. Many serious matters, which I'm sure the rest will get into. But I always like to point to the things that make me laugh in the series. Oh, absolutely, I appreciate it. That interview was so brave, it made me cry. Yeah, that actually gave me a giggle, actually. It's the first time I thought, okay, Joe, come on. So cried. See you next time. Cheers from the Netherlands. And I was going to say that maybe it could be a bit sexist, like having the female character crying all the time, but not with what she's gone through, and the fact that it's on topic, so I feel like it's fine. Bram, thank you so much for your comment. I've been to the Netherlands as well, and everyone in the Netherlands knew. Sorry, Bennett, about jumping off your comment there. I really like the tension from there being an evil force amongst controlling Hogwarts, and the students and the teachers finding little ways to outsmart the system, and how worrying too strictly and not worrying too strictly about the rules. Oh, absolutely, yeah. It really, yeah. That's kind of crazy. Where like even the school where the students are being repressed is actually also a part of the rebellion as well, kind of. The DA McGonagall not being angry with Harry, etc. Quite. And it only gets better from here on. Excellent, good to hear. Everything else I had in mind was already covered expertly by fellow book club members. Hope you're doing fine. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you, Bennett. I hope you're doing well as well. I keep going to say Beckett for some reason. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more to go. Okay, we're getting through it. And I need to like Beckett's comment. I'm gonna quickly open all these. I think it's because I had previously opened largely the lower ones, but not the top ones. There we go. I think that's everything, isn't it? Okay. Dreamy. I need to be having my liquids go. The thing is, if I can get this out in good time, I can get it to you today. Because these videos take a long time to export and upload, as you can imagine. Hey Veggie, yay! I passed my finals, and I'm now proud to say I graduated as a medical doctor. Bloomin' fantastic, Dreamy. How did the actual exam feel? Was it one of those things where you were dreading it, but then when you sat down, you're just like in the zone? Well done. I'm delighted for you. Scary new times ahead. Well, quite, but you know. But, you know, up and up, though, as well. Congratulations, that's brilliant news. Here are my notes. Girls don't often ask questions like that. Well, they should. As a woman myself, I agree, Harry. I agree. Amazing. Hermione casually knowing Ginny's secret about going to show that they... secrets goes to show they're really good friends, absolutely. Which they just would have been, you know. They've been on holiday together, you know, they went to the World Cup and everything. Which was, yeah, it was holiday. They spent Christmases together, yeah, it makes sense. And obviously summer as well. Emptying my mind would be impossible for me to do. Yeah, I think I wouldn't be able to do it. I could think of one thing, but I couldn't just empty it. Just too much going on in there. And if you don't know any meditation or calming strategies, it could be even more difficult to figure out. Haven't they learned anything about opening fan mail from last year? Is that regarding... I'm not sure. I would be more careful. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, now I get it, yeah. It's actually quite nice for us readers that Harry is so bad at occlumency. Because this way we get bits and pieces of Voldy's point of view. Yeah, and also his flashbacks I really find fascinating as well. Which is actually quite bad when you think about it. You know, but I enjoy hearing about things that we know about, and also things that we don't know about from Harry's past. We finally got into the department of mysteries. Yay? Question mark. Also, I think this is the first time that we get first-hand backstory on Snape. First-hand. There was an argument between Harry and Snape in Goblet. No, that's Azkaban. Wow, that was a while ago. Where again, Snape was arguing like a child rather than an adult talking to a child. But yeah, like actually getting proper slots of backstory here. It's crazy. And not knowing it was coming must have been really surprising to book readers. Don't ever try to beat Dumbledore in a legal debate. He'll outsmart you all day. Absolutely. That's brilliant. Debating nowadays is just about speaking as quickly as you can, listing off as many subjects as they can, so when the person starts to reply, there's too much for them to answer. That's how you win a debate, apparently. Pathetic. Anyway. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this chapter. Lots of love for you and Woozle from Germany. Oh, yeah, of course, we do have plenty of Germans being a part of it. We really do. I'd like to know, obviously you don't need to tell me, guys. Never feel the need to tell me. But if you're willing to say like what your closest city is and everything like that, I would find it interesting. Again, do not need to do it, guys. I know that some people really don't like doing that sort of thing. You really don't. But with Germany in particular, I know I've been to quite a few places in Germany, which I'm sure I've talked about before. But yeah, obviously do not feel like that you should have to. You absolutely don't. P.S. I'm currently on the way to London to see the guy who didn't like musicals. Yeah, I got messaged that they came here on West End, and I'm so excited that I get to see the full Star Kid production live, and that'll be a great one to see as well. It really would. Oh, that ends today, doesn't it? The 30th. So I hope if you're going today, oh no, you're currently off. So that was 2 days ago. I hope you had a great time. Hope Jamie was awesome in it. And Dylan. Dylan isn't in it. No, Dylan isn't in it. Well, he isn't in the original anyway. That doesn't matter though. As long as James in it. She's absolutely one of my absolute favourites from Star Kid, guys. She's so great. I think she's awesome. Howie Buana was her in The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, playing Ginny. And Ginny was ridiculous. I fell in love with Jamie straight away because her Ginny character was so stupid. Howie Buana. Anyway, moving on. Dreamy, thank you so much for your comment. Veggie from Ashley. I don't think I've ever noticed the moment of Neville talking to Harry about the Quibbler story before. He seems to understand what Harry is going through better than Ron and Hermione. Well, quite. He must be going through something similar, knowing that Bellatrix is free again. Yeah, and that's actually very interesting addition detail you make there. The fact that Bellatrix is going to be making it all at the absolute forefront right now, and also he's loving anything that's going to be going against the Death Eaters. So yeah, it's awesome. From what we've seen from Occlumency Lessons, it really does seem like all Snape is doing is attacking Harry over and over, and that just isn't actually teaching. I would push back on that. Well, I'd push back on it from two levels, if that makes any sense. Obviously not pushing against each other, it wouldn't go anywhere. You might throw someone in the deep end once so that they know what it feels like to panic in the situation. Yes. Now that was my argument last time, wasn't it? That was, yeah. You do not teach someone to swim by doing that over and over until they figure it out for themselves. Well, apparently one of my favourite wrestlers, Roman Reigns, whose heel gimmick from a few years ago, guys, got me through some very bad times. It really did. One of the highlights of my year, and it would have been 2022, I think, or maybe earlier actually. No, it would have been earlier. Was watching his entrance in Cardiff. Oh, it's a video that I recorded. It's uploaded on my channel, but it's not public. Filming his entrance from the crowd, and our seats are actually really good for the entrance. Absolutely the highlight of my year that year, which was a rough year, and so I appreciate that, man. I really do. But apparently, when he was a kid, his father threw him in the river and said, "There you go, now learn to swim," and that's how he learned to swim. That sounds like BS tough guy alpha lies, guys. But I think in his head he thinks that makes him sound really cool. I don't think it made him sound cool. It made him sound like an absolute liar, because that doesn't happen. Anyway, sorry guys. Anyway, and he said that his father would have let him drown. In which case he should be taken off. He should be taken to social services. Roman, if you're watching, big fan, and I know that you knew that Hufflepuff were going to win. Imagine if Roman Reigns watches this series, guys. He's just like quietly watching in the background. That'd be weird. Anyway, okay, so at some point you give them instructions on how to do the things you expect them to do, and have them practice an easier version until they can do it successfully. I agree with that. Then increase the difficulty. I agree with that as well. The only thing I will push back here, Ashley, because you put it very well there, I think that I feel like there has been instruction that we are not party to. And the reason why I say that is because of one line of dialogue when Snape says, "I didn't tell you to use a protection spell." Now, the dialogue that we've had when it comes to instruction so far has been, "I'm going to do this to you, try and stop me," and that's it. Whereas that line about the protection spell, well, the potato who also knew, suggests to me heavily that there has been other directions. Now, if I got that wrong and he didn't say that, I apologise, but I'm pretty certain he did say, "I didn't tell you to use a protection spell." And then, but then he like says, but I can't say it wasn't effective or something like that. I think that line suggests that there is more. There has been more dialogue than what we. Dumbledore doesn't seem to understand the fact that being the best at something doesn't necessarily mean you are any good at teaching it to someone else. Teaching is a separate skill. I presume Dumbledore thinks that Snape is an adequate teacher, because he would have put him in the role. Would he have given him the potions thing just because of his history? Maybe actually. It's great. It's so good hearing very, very well put arguments against what I believe is the case, guys. And I think you make some great points there, Ashley. I really, really do. All I'll say is I feel like that one line of dialogue about not telling him to use a protection spell suggests that there has been other dialogue outside of the scenes. Civilized Saint, your proper comment. Namaske. Oh, no, that's not what it says. Namaskram? How are you? Is that... Oh, I'm alright. Oh, hang on. Let's see. I'm better than I was when I started recording today, because I can do this. There we go. Brilliant. So I'm alright. I hope you're well as well. I missed a few videos due to my work. Sorry for the late long comment. Oh, that's okay. And it doesn't seem that long anyway, so don't worry. It's hard to say because, like I say, it's the new format and everything. But I think you're right. Because it's been a while. You're golden. Gotta Be Golden, sung by the Huntrix, who also knew. Broderick Bode and Sturgis Podmore. Thoughts on this mystery, both in strange situations, but remind us that war is already claiming lives. Yeah, actually, that's actually a very good point. This is no longer a Cold War, is it? Yeah. Unbelievable. I agree with a theory by Hermione. Agree with a theory by Hermione about this. Yeah, about the Imperius. I'm not sure if it is specifically Lucius for both, but because obviously we know it was for Bode. But yeah, I think that she's on the money. First look at Snape's parents' childhood. What do you think of those? This info would come back in the next book. Oh yeah, I'm very yeah, I could see it doing so actually. I don't know. I know you don't see him with a dark side yet, but he was once a Death Eater, heartbroken and brainwashed maybe, but still cruel and evil. Yeah, that is something which I do need to. I don't know. Should I fully know that yet? I guess I should do, yes, because I knew that he was a Death Eater. Those could be one of the reasons. Snape sucks at teaching Harry anything. His objective is to train Harry, and he's failing miserably. It's good to hear this, guys. I still think that he is doing an okay job. I really do. Umbridge, I'm going to say, mentioned Fudge. I just checked that I was recording. Imagine if I wasn't recording, guys. I did almost 3 hours straight. Umbridge mentioned Fudge signing order of dismissal just an hour ago, how did Dumbledore know? He might suspect the suspension, but timing of the new appointment isn't just coincidental. I think it might be because the signing would require Dumbledore to be informed by it. So I don't know if there's anything secret agent going on. I think it might be the fact that the Ministry follows red tape and paperwork and everything. Oh, we're dismissing something. Okay, that goes to him, that goes to him. Dumbledore gets a memo saying that's happened. Maybe. Oh no, obviously he's been given inaccurate information before, hasn't he, from them? When Trelawney said she would leave, Dumbledore says no sharply. It's more than empathy. Defiance against Umbridge. Oh, sure, yes. A secret which a secret even she doesn't know what would happen to her life outside of Hogwarts, or quite. Can you guess what? Why? A secret which even she doesn't know what would happen. I guess because of the chances that can happen, I guess. I don't want to think too much about it, though, because that might be something that's covered. But yeah, maybe that's it. On first read, I laughed out. What's Firenze going to teach? Mars is brighter tonight. Yeah, well, that's all, yeah. Good point. That's a great callback. That's brilliant. That's all they do. Look, and that's the only question in the exam. You might feel Hermione missed out on dropping divination after reading about Firenze's class. Maybe. I don't think it was just Trelawney. It's going to be interesting how McGonagall treats Firenze, if we ever get anything. But yeah, I think it isn't just Trelawney that certain people are suspicious about the lesson. Civilized Saint, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 with Maddie. Anything else since? Nope, Maddie's still the most recent. I'll do the refresh though, so we won't miss anything. I'm so sorry if I have missed anything in the drop downs, guys. I think I've covered everything. Jonas of the wonderful side panels. Hey Veggie, fashionably late as I am with the overlays. Oh, that was on me. That was absolutely on me. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, I asked very late. I was saying with the comments. I am with my comment as well. I always thought the scene when people send mail about the news article is a bit weird to me. Never in my life would I send mail to someone just because I read a news article about them. Also, how do you think Firenze will do as a teacher? I think well, but we shall see. Looking forward to it. Hope you have a great day. I think it might be a generational thing, Jonas, because I think back in the day, fan mail was like a lot more of a thing. I mean, murderers would get fan mail, you know, and so articles that are written about people going through things that I think they actually would have done. It's crazy, and it definitely feels dated, doesn't it? P.S. Since I got a bit better paying job next to my studies, oh excellent, I can definitely afford the $2 plan so Woozle can get some posh food. Yes, guys. Now this is something which thank you, Jonas, for mentioning that. And also thank you so much for the pledge as well. Very kind of you. I posted a blog over on the Patreon covering numerous things, guys. It was quite a long one, but also it was saying that there are now 2 more tiers that you go for on Patreon. Now, I've said it countless times, guys. You get everything for $1. So the tier system is basically if you just fancy paying more money. You don't have to though. You can pay $1 and get you good. But as of late, I want to improve the quality of food that this one over here gets. And I thought, you know what? could we get that through? Could we get that assisted through the Patreon? She's going to be getting it anyway, guys, so it's not reliant on it. But so because of that, there is now a $2 system, a $2 tier. So you pay an extra $1, and you greatly help out Woozle, the channel, and me. And also a $20 one, which is wild, and incredibly, some people have actually taken up on it. So thank you, those people. It's crazy. I never felt like that would be. I didn't think anyone would ever do it, and so that blows my mind. But thank you, seriously, it's incredible. And so yeah, if you want to check out the Patreon, guys, then our new pricing options for you. But like I say, you can get everything for just $1, so don't worry about it. Have I just skipped me here completely? I did. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to be here. I'll quickly finish Jonas's off real quick as we're on to the PS. PS, since I got... Oh no, I've already read that bit. Thank you, Jonas. Me here. I'm so sorry. My goodness, it's lucky I blooming heart the ones I read, eh? The Quibbler article is a turning point in the rebellion against Umbridge, and, well, obviously Voldemort as well. I adore it, yet it's very satisfying. It is incredibly satisfying to see Umbridge unable to stop it, especially when Harry says it's right to her face. And the funniest bit is when Trelawney says that Harry would not suffer an early death after oh yeah, that made me laugh out loud as well, I must admit. But what would live to a ripe old age and become ministry with 12 children, yeah. Snape, you are neither special nor important, and it is not up to you to find out what the Dark Lord is saying to the Death Eaters. Harry then replies, it's your job, that's your job, isn't it? And Snape, while smiling, says, yes, Potter, that is my job. That last line carries a lot of cool subtexture, knowing Snape's role. Okay, I'm looking forward to this. Snape is also mostly right here. It shouldn't be Harry's job, but it is Snape's. I also think he's right that Harry secretly wants to know more. Of course, yeah. And it isn't even that he's thinking, oh, I hope I have a vision tonight. He's just like, once he's in the vision, he's like, let's go through the door, you know, and stuff like that, you know. I think he's right that Harry secretly wants to know more, and that he should practice more. Absolutely, even Harry, you know, is saying that. Well, he's saying he needs to get better, right? But Harry is special. Actually, to be fair, that's a good point. We never had Harry basically say, Snape is not doing a good job at teaching me, have we? Or maybe we have. I don't think we have. That's the entire reason Snape is teaching him, because of his special connection with Voldemort. But Harry is special. That's the connection with Voldemort. There's no need to incorrectly downplay Harry's importance. Even when he's right, Snape can't help throwing in a petty jabs that only weaken his own point. Yeah, I agree. Now, obviously, I wouldn't say I'm defending Snape in this chapter, guys, but I feel like that is absolutely a fair point, that he is being petty throughout, which is not helping the lesson. He would probably argue it also isn't hindering it, but maybe it is, though. Me here, sorry that later than it should have been read out, but there you go. Hope you skipped on to see that I did actually read out your comment and didn't just skip it. Ow, Woozle, ow, 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 ow. Alan. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. First time commenting on the book club. You're very welcome, Alan. Nice to see you. So since it is my first time might be a bit long. Sorry, I will try to keep it short. That's fine, Alan. We always say your first one, you can go for it, because obviously it's lovely to see you here. So first point, going back a few chapters, you mentioned how you didn't understand why Luna was supporting Gryffindor in the first Quidditch game, because in the game you try to support one team and the other team, and the other not some random third team that isn't there. I also, I think Luna is meant to be a bit odd. That's fair. So I'm not sure if she has many friends in Ravenclaw, which would make even more sense. She feels like the people from Gryffindor are her friends. This is the thing, Alan. Because I'm pretty sure that her, with the lion head and everything like that, is from Half-Blood Prince rather than Order of Phoenix. And my main question mark is, sure, by Half-Blood Prince, she is one of their friends. But even at this point in Order of the Phoenix, the book, I kind of still don't think she is. And so it was really that discrepancy between the Quidditch... You're right, Monkey. The Quidditch stuff being in the different film. But yeah, but you know what? I have heard this before actually about the fact that it's very possible that she wouldn't have many friends in Ravenclaw. In Ravenclaw in particular, in fact, because they're all about intelligence and research and stuff. So yeah, that does add up. And also, I think that someone said that she might fancy Ron as well. I think that's come up before. Okay, now on to stuff that's happened this chapter. I love the scene of Harry getting all of his owls for giving the interview. Giving his owls sounds like a British term. Also him being sassy to Umbridge when she asks him about it. Yeah, it was beautiful. And I'm glad that he still feels like he's able to do that as well. Another point with new occlumency classes, do you think Snape is still the best teacher? I don't know if he's the best, but I do feel like his approach is not necessarily the worst. I do. I don't like Snape, so I might be biased, but I know he had a rough childhood at home and at school, but get over it or go to therapy. That's a fair point. You're essentially saying keep it up, don't bring it into work, which is absolutely fair, especially in a school. Absolutely, I agree with that. Really, he is in his mid-30s, not sure his actual age, and he still thinks it's okay to bully students to make himself feel better. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I can't disagree with any of that. But that's more when he's doing it performatively, though. When he's doing it in front of the Slytherins, because he knows he's going to get a laugh out of them and everything. Whereas this is just the two people back in each other's faces. Very different dynamic. Also, I love how Dumbledore is able to beat Umbridge play by the rules. Absolutely, which must hurt even more for her. The hiring a new teacher since he knew that Trelawney was going to be fired soon. I promise the next book club comment will be shorter. And I appreciate it, and I really do. And that's a great first comment. I appreciate all your takes there, seriously. Hope to see you next time, and thank you so much for being a part of the project. Sorry. Stephen. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. Chapter 26. Firenze's back. I'm sure you weren't expecting that. Absolutely. If anyone worked out who it was going to be before that reveal, guys, they're clairvoyant, which means they'd probably be quite good for the job. When you were listening to the audiobook, what were your first thoughts about the reveal that he'd taken over the divination classes? Well, building up to the reveal, I was like, this is way over dramatic, because it really is like walking through the smoke and all this sort of stuff. It really is dramatic, but it's an excellent moment though. But yeah, the reveal, I just don't know how it's going to go. It's going to be fascinating to find out though. We also get a small glimpse of Snape Snape's home life as a child, which I would have loved to have had just a tiny hint at in the movie. Yeah, I'm trying to think. The vision that we see under the tree and everything else and everything, it's all at Hogwarts, isn't it? No, it isn't. No, we had him with Lily. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have added an extra level to it as well. Gary, who is not rounding us off. We've got Maddie's comment to read out next. Well done to Hufflepuff for I'm just going to double check there's no more read mores. No. Sorry. Well done to Hufflepuff for beating Gryffindor again. Although I think they need a new seeker. The Summerby sounds rubbish. I think he's unwell, to be fair. But yes, that's fair. I think we should focus in on Harry's dream. What is the deep psychological meaning behind Neville and Sprout waltzing to McGonagall playing the bagpipes? I don't know if that's a joke, but let's try and do it. Obviously, Neville and Sprout, it's the one thing that Neville's really good at, isn't it? Is Sprout's classes, and so I don't know if there's so much to it, to be honest. The bagpipes as well, I'm not sure. It may just be random, but there might be a bit deeper meaning to it, much like Trelawney's predictions. Maybe it's something yet to happen. We shall see. And Maddie seems to be rounding us off here, guys, most probably, unless I need to add on a little extra bit onto the end of the video, but we shall see. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. By the way, Gary, thank you so much for the comment. It's funny that Hermione pointed out to Harry all the things that irked you about the last chapter. Yeah, it's fair, actually. It's a pretty similar take she had. It shows just how clueless Harry is when it comes to non-Voldy-related stuff. Well, he's all right at Quidditch. We'll give him that. That's brilliant. Which is sad because instead of focusing on normal teenage shenanigans, he's burdened instead. He's burdened instead with fighting a battle that no child should go through. Oh, I completely agree with that. Yes. But you know what happened with Cho is a part of being a kid, though. So in a weird sense, it went as well as to be expected. Yeah, it's done. We're nearly done. And lastly, it's so satisfying to finally see the students and Dumbledore get one up on Umbridge. Absolutely it was. And I did not see it coming so early in the book, quite frankly, guys. I mean, that can't be the last back and forth. I'm sure that Umbridge is going to be able to get some edge back. But we shall see when, though. I'm just going to quickly close it whilst we're live, just so I know that I'm done. There we go, closed, and this part of the book club is now complete. Thanks for watching, and see you next time. Smiley face. And a couple more lines just to separate it from everything else. We are done, guys. 3 hours I have just talked to you without taking a break. And some of it was on topic. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being a part of this project. It's an absolute blooming treat, guys. As I always say, my favourite part of doing this is reading your comments. Just checking the DMs. Yes, we're good. Yeah, it's so cool. And I'd almost say especially when we disagree, it's fascinating to me. Especially with the Snape situation, guys. I'm still saying he's the best man for the job. And it's so cool to have people who really disagree with that, but they're not. But you're not like saying, "Veggie, what are you talking about?" or anything like that. You're just giving your opinion, and I'm finding them fascinating. And you know, they may not be swaying me completely, but I'm able to acknowledge where you are clearly correct. But guys, thank you so much for watching. What a treat this project is. Got through it. It's another single chapter, guys, and you know what? It makes a galaxy of difference. It really does. So thank you Thank you particularly to those putting up with it, because I know that some of you don't think it's ideal. Thank you for at least allowing it, because right now I need it, unfortunately. On to the next one, guys. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer. She's been Woozle, who wants a Wii now, and I'll see you next time.